back. It's a Victory Monday here in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
A beautiful start to your Monday morning.
Oh, nice.
55 degrees, nice and clear. Going to get up into the mid-70s. Sun.
Yeah, nice week.
It's perfect, man.
Yeah.
Yesterday, if you were at the Bills game or just outside doing anything, it doesn't get better than what we got yesterday. I am in a fantastic mood this morning.
I could tell, man.
I am not hungover.
Wow.
I had to drive.
Oh.
So I had like 3 beers. Here's what sucks. And we will get into this massive Bills win yesterday, or at least win of a second half throughout the show on this Postgame Monday here. It really is like two sides of the same coin. Because when I get to the parking lot and I start drinking all of the beers.
At the game.
Yeah. It's like the greatest time ever.
Sure.
And then it sucks today. Yesterday.
It probably sucks like as you're getting home is when it starts to suck.
Like your hangover?
The same day hangover kicks in, because you're drinking so early. That sucks. But yesterday, having like 3 beers in 5 hours before the game started really sucked. Really sucked.
Because you had to stop.
Yeah.
And then all the fun stuff.
Yeah, everyone's
you're
like.
seeing everybody else keep going.
Everyone's having a gay
the
time of their life.
The whole goddamn stadium.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Is polluted.
Yeah.
And you ain't.
And like having to go through that first half sober, not fun. Not fun.
Yeah, that was a yawn fest.
But today I feel fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna text you guys a picture.
A picture.
Yes. So my brother, he was at the game yesterday too.
Yeah. Family affair.
Yep. He was not sitting with me though. He was sitting somewhere else. And food options inside the stadium where the Bills play, they're not only expensive,
but they're not good.
No,
right?
they're terrible.
I mean, they're kind of known for having some of the worst stadium food in the country. Right?
They're awful. They're awful. So people try to sneak all kinds of food in the stadium to just enjoy.
So you can't bring any food in.
So I don't know what the rules.
Like snag
I don't know
a bag
what
of
the rules
snacks.
are either because I know plenty of people. Because somebody said you could bring in unopened food. So
Yes.
an unopened bag of chips or something like that.
But I'm not entirely sure. But
I don't know either.
All right, I'm
So
going
what'd your brother pull?
Well, it's not what my brother pulled off. It's what he saw inside the stadium. Because if what this man is eating is legal, there's no way it's allowed to bring in.
I don't know. I saw another interesting thing the other day.
Okay, well, we'll put a pin in that. Do you need me to explain what that man has snuck into the stadium? Can you see
a chicken wing?
That's a turkey wing.
Nope. That man snuck a whole rotisserie chicken into
Oh,
the
the
football
whole
game.
bag chicken?
He got a bag chicken.
I'm impressed.
He brought in a rotisserie chicken.
And he is barehanded that baby. He's just ripping it apart.
He's sitting in his seat eating a rotisserie chicken.
That actually sounds delicious. Like that would hit the spot in the moment.
Oh yeah, but it's so hard to eat it.
Yeah.
Like
it's
in
not
your
easy.
lap with just your hands, man.
Yeah.
Like you're ripping that thing open like I don't know. Like you're starving. Like you just killed a bird.
Because, you and I both working in prepared foods, right? Like, we've had to quarter chickens before.
Yeah.
And, it's not easy even with a knife, right?
Right.
Like, cracking that spine and getting all the meat
You're
off.
just ripping it apart barehanded, man.
This
Tasty.
mofo.
Yeah, it's a big boy, too.
Well, I mean, look, man, you're not gonna see a skinny gentleman bringing a full rotisserie chicken
No,
into a game.
but I'm seeing his fat rolls through his jersey.
Why you gotta hurt him, man?
Who knows who it is?
Why you gotta? I think we
I
can
bet
narrow
there's a lot of fat guys eating rotisserie chickens in the stadium. Wasn't it rotisserie chicken day?
So here's my question.
Yeah.
Here's my question. One, are you allowed to bring a rotisserie chicken in the
Because
stadium?
there's no way you snuck that in.
Well, no, that's the second
Okay.
question. If you're not, how did you sneak in a rotisserie?
Because you could smell it.
There's a lot of smells going on in that game.
Like that? That's a
I don't
delicious smell, not like stank-ass smell.
So did you see, I don't know if this happened yesterday, but I saw the video yesterday of the guy going through the Bills security line with a pumpkin.
No.
It was a full pumpkin, and they let him in with it.
With
like
the
he
pumpkin?
put it in like the side thing. He
Why?
walked through the metal detector.
Okay.
And then like the girl was like, I mean, I guess you could take it.
But
in.
why
Like,
would you?
I don't know. I don't know why you need a pumpkin.
So when
'cause
I'm sorry.
It wasn't like carved out or
So
anything.
it wasn't like a helmet because I've
It
seen the
was
pumpkin
just-
helmets
no,
before.
It was just a full pumpkin, all intact.
How the hell they let that? I would be afraid the guy's going to throw it on the field
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
hurt somebody.
that would be a
seems-
fear for
Right?
sure.
Because you're not allowed to bring a football in. You can buy a football, but you can't bring it into
Yeah.
the game.
I don't know.
Damn, I just want to decorate my seat for the holidays.
I guess maybe like you got one open seat, the pumpkin, make sure nobody else sits there. This is my seat for my pumpkin. I am with this pumpkin. I've also seen people. Now this is easier to sneak in, but it's also I watched a man eat spaghetti out of a plastic bag.
Saw that too. Yep.
Oh yeah, that was last week.
Cold
we saw
spaghetti.
That.
Well, okay, so yeah, there was one that went viral. Now that I've seen it multiple times because I saw that video. There was a guy in front of me a couple seasons ago eating spaghetti out of a plastic bag, but it wasn't cold; it was warm because it was a winter game and there was steam coming out of the bag.
So he must have kept it on him. I guess it wouldn't be the hardest thing to sneak in.
Bags of pasta in your bucket.
No, but it's not a stadium food. It's the mess. Like eating.
But
it's too uncomfortable.
Bad.
Right. I told you, I was when I was on the road doing stand up. The other comic in the car I was giving a lift to. He decided he wanted to stop and get food. He got spaghetti and meatballs to eat in the car.
Yeah, that's not a to-go food.
No, and he was eating it on my cassette holder. Those little carrying cases. He was using it as like a TV tray in the world's smallest car. He was wearing half of it, man.
So here's the problem with what we're witnessing here, right? And this doesn't just go for where the Bills play. It goes for all stadiums and arenas. The food options inside almost every other stadium other than where the Bills play have gotten so extravagant.
Oh, it's high end.
Right? That it's not out of the question to see any food at all inside a game that they will sell you. But I'm convinced because Bills fans have gone to other stadiums and had these higher end options.
Seeing how good they got it.
Exactly. They're now going to resort to sneaking in weirder and weirder foods because it's like, hey, I enjoyed watching the game eating this or that, and I can't get this here. I don't just want a pretzel or a hot dog.
Yeah. And you don't want to wait in line for it.
I will say this.
Right.
So at the food stand, I never eat inside the game, ever. But I was sober, and I needed something to make me happy.
So what'd you get?
I got a pretzel.
Right. It's a big-ass pretzel.
Well, no, see, that was the other thing. It wasn't. It's not the big pretzels. They're called pretzel twists, and they're like that long.
It's like a braided stick. Right?
Yeah. You got it. So with the pretzel at the same stand, you could buy a lobster roll.
Wait, that's got to be a fortune. And why would I get a lobster roll at a Bills game?
It was like $15.
Addition.
It looks small, but if there's one thing I'm not going to trust.
What, seafood and mayonnaise in a bun? I'm sure they nail that.
Being served to you by the Niagara Community College baseball team that is there working for free to fundraise for their team.
And you're 500 miles from the ocean?
No chance. And who the hell is buying a lobster roll at a Bills game?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Right? At a Bills game, I don't want anything that's been grilled.
Yeah,
I don't want anything that's got to be cooked. Give me a pretzel, give me a bag of chips, give me nachos and cheese. That's all I'm eating.
Stick with the basics. I would say, just stick with the basics and improve the basics a little bit, you know?
Well, but what the other thing about it, the weird part is my brother at the game yesterday took a picture of a man who was eating a full rotisserie chicken inside the game. He must have brought the chicken in from outside the game because I did not see a full rotisserie chicken stand.
Yeah.
The menu in the parking lot at tailgates is also so extravagant.
Oh, yeah, everybody's cooking.
Yeah. And I mean, you'll see some of the great. I told you there was. Oh God, what country was it? Kuala Lumpur. Where's that? What country?
Malaysia. No.
Yes.
Indonesia.
Okay, no, but it was Indonesia. Yes.
No, Malaysia's Kuala Lumpur.
It was one of those two.
When am I over there country?
It was Malaysia or...
Oh, yeah, this happened to you a couple of years ago,
Yeah,
right?
there was a tailgate party of a bunch of... They were either Malaysian or Indonesian people.
Yeah.
There were like 30 of them. They all lived in Toronto. They were diehard Bills fans. And they had a traditional, whatever their country was, grill set up. And they were making traditional food. Right. And it was some of the best food I've ever had in my life.
Yeah,
and I ate it standing on urine-soaked stones in a rainy parking lot in Orchard Park, New York.
You wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah.
But Kimmy, you walk through that parking lot, you see some of the most amazing cuisine.
You're planning, when you go to tailgate, you're planning your meals ahead of time. The parking lot is for your meal. The game is for a later snack. You're not going there and planning to eat in the stadium to fulfill your hunger that day.
You're absolutely right.
So I wonder with this new stadium that they're building.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're going to have all the new foods. Are people going to buy it? Or are they going to go, too pricey for me, I'll eat in the parking lot? They're so used to not eating the food at the stadium, they've figured it out. I wonder if that's going to be, if we kill the stadium food in the new stadium because somebody's not going to pay $15, $20 for a hamburger.
So it's a chicken egg question, and here's the problem. Did Bills fans start this extravagant tailgate because the food inside the stadium has never been good? Because I can tell you, at least since 1988 when I've been going, not awesome.
Yeah.
Or did they not focus on making the food really well because they knew that Bills fans were going to be eating
outside anyway.
So we do know that Jerry Jones's company his food company
Yeah.
that does stadium stuff, has the contract for this Bills thing. And the other stadiums they have, the food selections are phenomenal.
Oh, I'm sure.
Another reason why the Bills' food inside the stadium is not good, they only have one central kitchen.
Isn't it like in the basement of the stadium?
It's on the tunnel side, all the way at the end. So they have to prepare all the food there and then wheel the food.
I don't know. I feel so bad for the kids who have to like wheel that food around, and they're like yelling at people like coming through. I'm like, these people aren't moving for crap.
No kidding.
Place is ancient.
I mean, it is. It's one of the oldest stadiums in the NFL. But that being said, like, I don't know, man. Like, if the food options do look good, because I enjoy eating.
But you know, it's going to be bank.
Yeah, but I've been drinking all day, so
I mean, I think
decisions,
people at that point are willing to pay anything for what if they're hungry enough, you know.
Like,
I mean, even though the food sucks, there's still a line for food.
Yeah.
Like there's still people waiting to get that food. There was one game I was at where they sold out of a bunch of stuff, or at least that's what they said.
Yeah, I was sold out of it. I don't know. No, but like I've gone to a bunch of other NFL stadiums. I've been to 3 in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Kansas City, Detroit, and then London. And I like stadium food and other foods. For example, we when we went to Thanksgiving, they served in Detroit. Yeah. They served a full Thanksgiving meal
at that stadium.
It's a giant turkey leg, cranberry sauce, potatoes, and vegetables.
How do you eat it at your seat?
So you hold it, the turkey leg you hold, and then you get your fork for like your other stuff.
That sounds so uncomfortable, but good.
It was delicious.
Yeah.
It was the turkey leg was deep fried. It was phenomenally good. When we went to the stadium in England, which by the way, the new Bill Stadium is modeled after that Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Oh.
So it should be very similar looking. Some of the best it was the best stadium food I'd ever had. It was
in London.
Yeah, it was like a curry chicken sandwich.
Indian food.
Phenomenal. Yeah, all of half it was Indian, and then we got like an English traditional like beef sandwich.
Wow.
Unbelievably good.
All right.
So like if those options are available in the new stadium, I'm probably not giving up. I take it
No,
back.
no, you're
I'm
probably
still
not
tailgating.
changing anything.
I'm tailgating.
Yeah.
Screw them.
I think that's just ingrained in the way we go to games.
We could do double lunch.
What do you mean?
It's like lunch, but twice.
Okay.
So you eat in the parking lot that you eat in the stadium?
Yeah, I mean,
It could happen.
I've done plenty of double lunch.
Yeah.
Like you've never done double lunch.
I've double lunch.
He's triple lunch, this guy.
I've done a lot of lunch. I had a lunch. Some of my lunches creep into dinner.
It is funny though, like our tailgate yesterday. So it's probably like 15 people hanging around.
Your crew.
Yeah. Just everybody that like got together, right? And everybody brings enough food for everybody.
Oh,
So like
nice.
but I'm saying like I don't mean like enough for everyone to share. I mean like everybody prepares food for 15 people for some reason. Like you always overshoot how much food you're gonna need. So like we have white hots and red hots, peppers and sausage, all this dip. We got this stuffed bread. We got all these cookies and chips and everything. And by the end of the day, Kimmy, like every tailgate, 75% of it's still left, and you're like, what do we do with it?
You eat it on the way home.
God, that's a lot of chow, man.
It is, but I don't know. I've been doing this my whole life.
Yeah.
And I always have all of the food left.
But the only problem with all that food, and when you eat it, it's all that food that doesn't sit well in you.
It tastes good in the moment.
Oh, it
though.
does.
You'll regret
sausage
it
and
once you're
peppers hangs all
sober.
day.
Yeah. But like in that moment, like when you're on your way home, you're like, oh, we got burgers left over. It's the best.
Yeah, no, like a cold white hot on the way home.
Yeah.
Wait. You like a cold white hot?
I do. Yeah, I mean, after a game, obviously.
Well, the game's over.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why? Why did you bring it up?
I just started a new. I got into the cold white hot game.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Got a little kiosk.
Where's that?
Oh, it's in the men's room.
Oh, what's it called?
It's called Old Uncle Tommy's Cold White House, from a White House to your mouth. So
It's weird. I was looking for a white hot, but you had a white house. Stupid.
Either way, it's going in your mouth.
By the way, the Bills called. You did not get the contract for the stadium food. You have lost that. We have a dynamite. Keep your mouth shut around Tommy kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It is a victory Monday.
Yeah, buddy.
Here in the Bills, or here in the break room on CMF.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody got fat fast, baby.
You sure?
Oh, I know so.
You sure?
Oh, yeah.
I know you're confident about one.
Oh, yeah, called that all the way.
Well, it almost didn't turn out that way. In fact, that first drop.
It's a game of inches, man.
That first drop that happened right in front of me, I was cursing you out in the stadium. And someone who listens to the show just happened to be sitting behind me, and they started cursing you out because they heard your picks, and you jinxed them. You jinxed them in the first half. And that's what we have to talk about.
The tale of two halves?
Well, look, 7 weeks ago, before the season started, somebody in this room said, we will not know what this Bills team is until about week 7, week 8.
Oh, we're almost there.
Well, we've reached it. We should know what this Bills team is now. After yesterday's performance, does anybody have any idea? Anybody?
Well, just take the second half and move forward.
Well, but see, that's a problem because that's happened a couple of times this year.
Right.
It's not like it's like, oh, it was one game where you started slow. There's been a bunch of slow starting games.
But they seem to find their groove.
We'll get to that just after 6:40 this morning, 6:45. We're going to recap Tommy's picks from
Yeah,
Friday.
buddy.
You're one for your last 15. All right. A Muley postgame excuse Monday just after 7:45, and a man who was roaming the sidelines yesterday in his swishy pants.
Who's that?
From 13 Wham.
Oh, yeah.
At Buffalo Plus, our good buddy. Dan Fates will recap what we saw, and maybe he knows what the hell this team is because it's fun when they're cranking.
Oh, yeah.
It sucks when they're not.
True.
I guess that's every football team. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll get to all that and more here in a postgame Monday on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
First of all, how you would steal these is a head scratcher. How you would steal this many of these is even more of a head scratcher. But how you would profit or benefit from stealing these, I think, is the hardest question. Because it's not hard to steal a wallet. It's not hard to shoplift a bag of chips.
Yeah.
But when it's a literal combination of a car and a home at the same time,
Great.
we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You know why you and I are criminals, Tommy?
Because we're dumb.
We're dumb. We do
and
not,
lazy.
We do not have the creativity to pull off what you would need to do to get away scot-free.
Yeah, I can't see the big picture.
Exactly. You know why this guy is not a good criminal, Tommy?
Why?
Because if the allegations are true, there was no way you'd be able to pull this off.
Too much?
Look, the fact that these were stolen in the first place is pretty mind-boggling.
Oh.
But even after you got your hands on them, what the hell do you do with them?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. It is a post-game victory Monday here in the break room. And that was a tale of two halves, huh?
Yes.
So we had said before the season started, at least one handsome bearded man had said, we won't really know what this team is until week 7.
All right, so here we are.
We are here. Anybody want to take a shot?
Just take the second half. Forget the first half.
No, but that's happened like multiple times.
It's all right.
I don't think it is.
That's fine.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 on a Victory Monday here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, let me tell you the tale of a man.
What happened?
A 52-year-old man.
That's a pretty old dude.
Yeah. He's been arrested after police say he was in possession of 3 stolen RVs.
Wait. Recreation? Are we talking like campers?
I believe. I mean, is there any other way to describe an RV?
Right. That would be like a Winnebago or something, right?
Authorities say the man was in possession of 3 RVs on a property. The RVs were located east of us.
Yeah.
But the RVs were taken from, and I quote, a location in Tonawanda, which is a suburb of Buffalo. The RVs
like a camper store, maybe.
No, we don't know if it was a business. We don't know if it
but
was.
All 3 were ripped off, and they're sitting with him.
This is according to police.
All right.
So the RVs, according to the story, are valued at more than $50,000. Are those per RV, or is that in total?
If that's total. Those aren't really good RVs, man.
Well, they could be used. I mean,
I'm not saying they're older. They're not brand new.
But they're still RV.
Oh yeah, they're like your dad's RV.
That's actually a perfect way to describe it.
More R than V.
Full of possum.
Yeah, I mean, you could sleep in it, but you ain't going nowhere.
This man is facing felony criminal of stolen possession, stolen property charges right now. All right.
And you had to do those at separate times.
So let's break this down. So I think the first question everybody has, and if you want to help us out, the Break Room Detective Agency, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How do you steal 3 RVs? Because you need at least 3 people, right?
Or you're going to do it one at a time by yourself.
There's no way that if this is a business, their security is so lax that they could lose. Like, after the first RV stolen, I understand. Like,
somebody would have to give you a lift to the place each time.
Yes.
It would take too long.
Yeah, so you would have to have a crew.
Yeah. And not only this, I would think it's all in one shot, because if this RV place had 3 RVs stolen in separate RV incidents, you should close your RV store.
Yeah, you're not that good at RVing.
Thank you. And, like, here's the thing. We're assuming it's a business, but I guess it's also possible that somebody
could have been on somebody's property, maybe.
Somebody else had 3 RVs.
My dad at one point did own 2 RVs. One of them didn't move.
Yeah, so you couldn't steal them, though.
You can push them.
Yeah,
really hard.
Push, pull, or drag down to more R than V.
The second question I think that everyone listening may have right now.
What's that?
If the allegations are true, what the hell are you doing with 3 stolen RVs?
Oh. That's because how much vacationing are you going to do?
You're not going to personally use 3 RVs.
I want to see America in stolen wheels. Do you flip them? Do you take them for parts and sell the parts?
All right, so if the 3 of them combined are only worth $50,000, maybe it's a part situation,
right? Because
there's no way you'd be able to sell them without getting caught,
right? But if you strip them down, maybe.
Okay, but then again, even if you strip them down, like, how much are there like parts inside an RV that are wildly valuable? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
I mean, think of how expensive it probably is if one of those things craps the bed.
Well, I know. I lived through it as a child.
I mean, it broke up your family.
Full of possum. A lot of possum inside that one RV that one time.
No, but I'm saying that there might be big business.
There might be big business, Kimmy.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody called, and this is just something that they had heard, that the guy in the story actually bought stolen RVs.
Oh!
So he's now out all this money because they came up as stolen after he purchased them.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask a question.
All right.
I'm gonna ask a question.
Okay.
One, if you're gonna invest the money in an RV, right? Wouldn't you want to make sure everything is above board? Because that would be it would make it impossible to sell the RVs, I would think.
Yeah.
2, unless he knowingly purchased stolen RVs, I didn't think you could get in trouble for buying stolen property unknowing.
I don't know.
And by the way, that's not included in the story. So,
Right.
It's not being
Yeah, but you'd have to
reported.
get a title or something to the. If you buy something like that, you get a title. You'd have 3 titles.
Yeah, but we also found out that it's
Fake
actually
title?
pretty easy to get a title that isn't your title.
Oh,
right?
all right.
At least according to that one woman that called, and why would she lie to us?
So, but why did he buy 3?
I don't know.
Maybe he was gonna like flip them or something, and like resell them for more.
But again, if they're stolen,
True.
and you got in trouble for having stolen
well, now you're
RVs,
screwed.
how are
Yeah.
you gonna sell?
Sounds like going dumb met dumber.
But he had 3 of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only other thing I could think of, if the allegations are true, is that this guy wasn't planning on moving the RVs at all, that he put these on his property for people to live in, because that's not an out of the question thing right now either.
Oh, like side
family or
houses on your
kids
house?
or
Yeah.
renting
What
it
is he,
out.
Elvis?
Okay, so when I was a kid, funny you bring up Elvis, when I was on the road, I had a buddy, my record producer buddy, lived in Nashville.
Yeah.
So he was on the balls of his ass, and he rented a house with a bunch of dudes. And there was 3 bedrooms, but 5 dudes needed a place to sleep.
All right.
So 3 of them lived in the house,
Yeah.
and they put an RV in the backyard.
That's the South, though.
And 2
For
of
sure.
but this was in Metro Nashville.
Yeah.
Like
Still the South.
there were
But I got
like
you.
tall buildings around.
I mean, Elvis used to let his relatives live at Graceland in RVs in the backyard.
yeah.
There's pictures of it where it's like these manicured Elvis grounds and then these junky ass RVs sitting back there. Extended folks from Tupelo.
And we are living in the revolutionary times of the tiny home.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
I guess it's not out of the
So
question.
these would be almost like cottages.
Yeah. I mean, it's not out of the question that either A, he had family members or friends, if the allegation's true,
Kids.
living in them, kids living in them, or he was charging people to live in the RVs.
All right.
Because I'm going to be honest with
make some money.
you. Being an RV kid,
Yeah.
my dad bought multiple busted, broken down RVs
Right.
with the intention of fixing
Yeah.
them up. Yeah, and never happened.
Sure.
I could live in an RV.
Well, I could live in one of them fancy ones, you see, where it looks like nicer than your house.
No, I
Like
could-
marble countertops and flat screens and bathtubs.
Look, those are really nice. Those are really, really nice. I've
Yeah.
seen those before. We had the most busted of busted RVs. I think I could still live in one of those.
Really?
They were comfortable. Everything you need's right there.
It is nice to wake up and there's the kitchen and the dumper and they're side by side.
The only thing that
You
I would
could actually dump and flip bacon at the same time. Flipping and a dumping.
dumping and a flipping. The only thing I'd be scared of is the ones that my dad had. It was the old school ones where the bed was over the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That little like loft.
And there was no like fence
barrier.
Yeah. So if you rolled off, you rolled onto the kitchen table. And that my mother, I told you this story.
Oh yeah, she heard herself.
We were going to Darien Lake for a camping trip with my dad's buddies. My mother, while I was at summer school and my dad was doing something else,
Yeah.
was packing the camper by herself.
Yeah.
She fell off of that, hit her hip on the table, and my dad got mad at her because she ruined the vacation.
Oh man, she still got the mark on her hip.
He got mad at her.
God damn it for
ruining
being
Poor
nice. He's the king, man.
Yeah, he's great. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this 52-year-old man. He was been arrested after being in possession, according to police, of 3 stolen RVs. The story happened east of us, but the RVs were stolen from a location just outside of Buffalo. The RVs are valued at more than $50,000, which again, if in total, no great RVs,
No.
right? But he is facing felony criminal possession of stolen property. And I guess what's taken me for a loop the most in this story personally, I've never heard of a stolen RV before.
No,
It seems like the kind of vehicle that would be hard to sell stolen.
it's too fat.
It's a big investment,
Oh yeah,
right? And like if
can't
I
hide it.
They're all pretty unique too, in terms like if you're selling it to somebody in the same area, you'd think
Right.
there'd be some red flags there.
let's put it this way, just a game of numbers. If I were to steal a Ford F-150,
Oh my god, you can blend right in.
they make tens of thousands,
Right.
It's
hundred
the
thousand.
most sold like pickup in history.
Okay, like how many of each individual model of an RV do they make?
Between the interior and like the way it looks on the
Yeah,
outside.
because you always get like different looks on the outside for sure.
Yeah.
Are there 1,000 or less of each of those RVs? Do they make 10,000 of each of those RVs? I mean, you do see a lot of RVs out.
Yeah, this is RV country.
And I mean, I was at a Bills game yesterday, so it was
Yeah.
RVs absolutely everywhere. But they all look unique. You never see 2 RVs that
No.
look
Because
exactly
Because everybody
the same.
gets that added on stuff differently on top, right?
Yeah,
Can we
that's
talk
true
about-
too.
Can we talk about that? Like those
Right.
like paint swipes that are stickers that people do on the side. Who decided that looked cool?
Well, it's like a racing stripe.
No, it doesn't though.
Even this thing doesn't go over 50.
Like if you're gonna do something, like I just love how we decided that was the maximum of RV decoration that we were gonna do in this country.
How about the pointless ladder that goes to the roof?
Well, no, that's important.
Or what are you doing up there?
Well, because my mom might fall off of that too. So I had a friend of mine who had an RV, and they put up one of them maps.
Oh, in the back?
On the side. It's a sticker, and the purpose of the map is to put a new sticker every time you went to a new state.
Oh, yeah. They show all your travels.
Except they didn't use it like that.
Oh, what'd they do?
It was every state he got laid in, they put a new sticker.
Every state they got
And,
laid
like
in?
he probably like displayed this to everybody.
Like laid in state?
Laid in state. Look at my stickers.
So the CMF had a mobile home. It was the mobile home of rock and roll, right? Mm-hmm. And it was all tricked out with like CMF and Weeze's face in the back smoking a cigar and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I told you, the sales team took it to Toronto to meet some clients. I think it was the Molson crew.
Okay.
They were trying to lure some business.
Nice.
And they pulled into a garage and sheared the air conditioning unit on top off. We just got it. And I say sheared like it was completely removed from the top of the RV. They clipped it.
This is why we can't have nice things.
No kidding.
But here's the thing. It's not their fault because everyone I know that has ever owned an RV has had a horrible accident with them.
Because you're
not used to driving something that tall.
It's a bunch of sales dicks, and they don't drive like big rigs.
Look, my dad had one for years.
Yeah.
He would hit stuff all the time, right? Like
you got big mirrors, you got that AC unit on top. Yeah, and it's bulky. It doesn't fly down the road. It's a box.
And there's nowhere you can park those things either, right? Like if you're gonna go somewhere, you have to find a giant parking lot with like 4 spaces where you can park the thing and nobody's gonna be bothered by it. One of the funniest things to watch is after a Bills game, guys with RVs trying to negotiate their way into traffic. Because the smart thing to do is bring the RV, stay the night, and leave Monday
get
morning.
there early.
Exactly. Yeah. But there are some people like, I'm leaving now.
Oh, you can't. Right?
I'm going to take 40 minutes to K-turn 72 times out of this parking spot. So what did we learn here?
We're not RVers.
Okay, we got that.
And nobody needs 3 RVs.
Check the background on that RV.
4. And don't try and steal an RV because you're going to get caught.
Mm-hmm.
Good. All right.
No.
Let's take a break. We thought by now we'd know. And I don't think we know.
Maybe we do.
Oh, if anybody knows, I'd like to hear it because I'm at a loss right now.
You got almost all the pieces back, right?
Look, man, there's no one more brilliant football mind than I am, right? You know that.
Just ask you.
You know that. But, I mean, after the performance yesterday, it's not even like an outlier because that's like the 3rd time that has happened this season.
Well, the first game of the season, they were like.
Okay, I take it back. 4th time.
Right?
That is the 4th time that's happened this season.
They were creeping that first quarter.
Yes. So if we were waiting until week 7 to figure out what this team is, what the hell is this team? And we'll get into it next on a Victory Monday here in the break room on CMF.
Allen in the shotgun. Bunch formation on the left. Coleman on the right. Handoff goes to Cook. Through a hole to the 5. Into the end zone for the touchdown. An 11-yard touchdown run by James Cook as the Cook has found the kitchen.
Oh, that's it.
I mean, Chris Brown's usually pretty good. I mean,
The Cook has found the kitchen.
Look, man, you know what it's like working without a net. I really like Chris Brown on the call.
He's a nice kid, yeah.
It wasn't pretty.
Well, the second half was pretty.
Until it was. And you don't get a bigger swing of emotions, Tommy, in 2 football halves than you did in Orchard Park yesterday.
I mean, it was a boring first half, period.
There was a statement made in this room before week 1.
What was that?
About when we'd know what we have in this Bills team.
Yeah.
We have now reached that milestone.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know what we have in this Bills team, well, I'd sure as like you to tell me because I have no effing idea right now.
But don't you have most of the parts back?
Oh,
now?
yeah, you have the parts. The parts are there.
And they kind of gelled in the second half.
Sure. But, football games are 4 quarters, and you don't normally play a 1-4 team.
But don't you need – it looked like they needed a half to figure it out. And then they got it going.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, New York State has been named number 1 for this.
Good.
And it's good for tourism.
Great.
And there are certain people who hear this and go, oh, my gosh, I love this. The September-October drives through New York State. And it sucks that the peak of outdoor beauty in this state, in our area, in our region, also coincides with the time that most men do not want to get off the couch. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills get a big win against the Tennessee Titans yesterday, 34-10. But if you didn't watch the game, you'd have no idea how miserable the first half was.
Right.
The offense, Tommy, couldn't do a damn thing. Brand new wide receiver Amari Cooper dropped the only target thrown his way in the first half. That happened right in front of me. And the second it did, because of the way you were running your mouth,
Pat was cheering.
I was out loud cursing him. I was cursing him out loud. The running game sucked. Josh looked like once again he was going to have one of the worst games of his career.
We're like, oh no, the offense is broken.
I had to be one of his worst halves, for yardage.
Did he have he had 3 completions for 60 yards?
It was
Ridiculous.
embarrassing.
And one of them was from for 45 to Keon Coleman. And then the Bills, after being down 10-0, proceed to score 34 unanswered points.
I woke up.
The biggest pop of the day from the crowd was the first catch Amari Cooper made as a Bill.
Allen in the shotgun takes the snap. Blitz coming. Fires over the middle for Amari Super Cooper.
That was a good one.
For a 12-yard
That was a
touchdown
good one.
reception.
He's a Super Cooper. That's a hell of a way to make a first impression.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Worth all the money right there.
So literally a tale of 2 halves yesterday. And there were plenty of firsts, Tommy. Rookie wide receiver Keon Coleman sets a career high, his first 100-yard game, 4 for 125. After his breakout game last week, running back Ray Davis gets his first NFL touchdown. And Josh, after that miserable first half, not only rebounds, but somehow ends up with his first 300-yard passing game of the year.
And all in the second half.
All in the second half.
Yeah.
By the way, the Bills did that against the best defense statistically in the NFL, which is really good. So,
All right.
are we happy?
You got to be happy. It worked out.
I mean, it worked out. That's good. Kimmy, are we happy?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it is always good to see that a team can make those adjustments. You know what I mean? And luckily the game was still well within reach where it wasn't an issue where they weren't playing they weren't down 3 scores and had to play catch up from there. I mean, it was manageable at that point. So while it was disappointing, it was never out of reach.
Okay, so the Bills have 2 straight wins.
Yeah.
The Jets and the Dolphins lost yesterday, so you increase your lead.
So
in
you're
the AFC
really
East.
in the driver's seat.
You are, and the Texans lost, so you close the gap on them. You're only a half game back of them when it comes to playoff seed.
All right.
Before week 1, there was a statement made in this room.
What was that statement?
We wouldn't have any idea what this Bills team actually was because of all the new parts and the mystery and the lack of Stephon Diggs and all of the defensive players that had left until week 7. They needed time to mesh. We needed to see what they were capable of, where these new players would fit in. We are now at week 7. We have passed it.
All right.
Does anybody know what the hell we're looking at with this Bills team? Because if you do, I'd love for you to tell me. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
I would think, what's the matter?
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
It all worked.
Let me put it this way. It worked yesterday.
But again, it only worked yesterday because you're playing a team that has a not so great offense. You know.
Yeah, but you're
like,
also
they didn't
playing
run
a
up
really
the
good
score
defense.
on you.
Oh, you were, but don't know. I think Kimmy's right.
Yeah.
What?
Like, let's play a little game here. There were 4 games in which the Bills did exactly what they did yesterday.
Took a
this
nap
season.
in the first half.
Yes, opening game against Arizona. That team is not good. You were able to come back and keep it close. Then came the game against Baltimore. Did that in the first half.
That was too far gone.
Yeah, Baltimore is really good, so they ran up on you.
Right.
You had the Texans game. You did the same thing in the first half. And the Texans aren't like a great team, it doesn't look like, but they played well enough to beat you on a walk-off field goal. Right. And then you had it yesterday against a bad team. 4 out of your 7 games.
Yeah, that's all.
You came out of the locker room not looking great, and then all of a sudden in the second half, it was like gangbusters.
Right.
Yeah.
But you said you got some easy games coming up here.
Yeah, that yesterday was one of them.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, yesterday
Well,
was one
they
of
made
those
it look
games.
easy at the end.
At the end, they did.
Yeah.
And your defense came up with some big stops for you too, and some turnovers, which you didn't always do anything with, which was a little disappointing.
By the way, if the Titans weren't the stupidest team ever, they would have gotten out to a bigger lead because they were 4th and 1 in that first drive, and they kicked a field goal inside.
Yeah.
Well, why would you not? You play with them. What do you got to lose? You got a backup quarterback. You're 1-4. Like I was thanking God they didn't go for it there. If they score there, you're down 14-0. It's a totally. I mean,
And the
you
Bills
would have been
weren't
down
stopping
14-0.
them at that point.
No,
so,
they were not. No, they were not. Look,
Not stopping them.
Look, man, the Bills are going to win this division.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to win this
Easy.
division. I'm not worried about it.
All right.
Knocking on wood with the exception of some major catastrophic change, right? But like we talked about last week, it's not about the regular season for Bills fans anymore. The regular season is an appetizer for where it really matters.
Set yourself up for the playoffs.
Exactly. So I know we still have 10 games to go, right? But when are we going to actually know what to expect from this team?
It's got to be Kansas City. That's your big test.
Okay, but that's still 3 weeks away.
Right, but you got 3 games to tune up, get ready for the big test.
Well, but see, here's the thing. After yesterday,
Kansas City's that impressive, even though they're 6-0.
does Patrick Mahomes have more interceptions than touchdowns right now?
They may.
Maybe a quarterback with a turnover problem. I love how you go. They're not that impressive. They're 6-0, man.
I know, but they are. But they're not like what they used to be.
Okay, every year they say this, and the Bills could beat them in the regular season. Again, it doesn't matter.
I know.
It doesn't matter.
But maybe that's your big test. So how do you stack up against Kansas City
All right, so let's talk about that.
and Taylor Swift?
The Chiefs will be coming to Buffalo in 4 weeks. We're a month away. In the meantime, you have Seattle on the road.
Cake.
They won yesterday. They're 4-3. They're only a game back of the Bills. Not that it matters, but that's a tough West Coast road trip. You got Miami at home. We find out yesterday it's possible that Tua Tagovailoa plays in that game.
How good could that kid be at this point?
Better than what they got.
He's damaged, man. He's got the hands.
He's better than what they got. And then you got the Colts in Indy, and all of a sudden the Colts look like they might be halfway decent. Like, it went from last week, a 4-week run of these are all winnable games, and they're still winnable games. You should win these games. But after that performance in the first half against the Titans, who was the worst of those 4,
Right.
I'm not as confident as I was on Friday.
But any of these teams have got to be scared having Josh Allen coming into your stadium, knowing what he's capable of
Yeah.
in a half.
Tough to predict.
Well, that's just it. He's got to do it
Yeah.
in a half
Yeah, I
because the
know.
But he
offensive
can.
coordinator is only giving him a half. Well, no, he's done it 2 out of 4 times.
All right.
He's done it. I'm not blaming Josh.
Yeah.
Right? But he's done it 2 out of 4.
They're dangerous.
It's
They may
all-
be the most dangerous team in the league.
Sure, they can hurt you. They can also hurt themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what dangerous is.
No, Kimmy, what do we got over there?
You were asking touchdowns and interceptions for Mahomes. So if this is correct, it looks like he only has 6 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes
They're
has
the kid's off.
2 more interceptions than he
But for
does.
some reason, they're 6-0.
I mean, they find a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I mean, they still have a lot of weapons. You know, it's.
well, kind of. I mean, everyone's getting hurt.
Well, yeah, I mean,
And you got
they're
Andy
struggling
Reid.
with energy,
He's a big
injuries
old
for sure.
fat genius.
Andy Reid is the guy.
Yeah, he's a big
Yeah.
fat genius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right. So going back to this idea with the Bills here, that we would know what they were by week 7, which again, you guys thought was stupid. You thought that was too long to have to wait to figure out what
I
this
did.
team is.
I did.
Okay. Well, you were wrong again. Stupid. Is it possible that we never know what this team is? That it's just going to be one of these weird teams where week
It's
to
a
week.
murder mystery.
Well, no,
I mean,
like-
Unsolved
that's not out of the
mysteries.
question. They've kind of been like that the last few seasons, right? I mean, you every time like you think you know what the Bills are going to do or their identity, they kind of switch it up on you the next game. That I mean, that was a roller coaster of a season last year.
Last year was the first year where it was like we weren't sure what we were getting out of the thing, out of the locker room.
I mean, injuries didn't help with that either.
And I mean, I guess you can make the same argument here, but yesterday was the healthiest they've been since opening day.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody played without Matt Milano, but he didn't have a chance. Like, that was the most disheartening in the first half. It was like, wait a minute, hey, everybody, everybody's there. Look at everybody out there hanging out together.
But maybe this Cooper kid's the fix.
Don't do this, man.
I mean, he needed a weapon. They gave him a weapon, and he used it.
Don't do this.
Yeah.
What?
Don't do this.
This is why they went and got him.
Look, I loved what happened yesterday with Amari Cooper. It was awesome.
And the kid's, he's good. He's a good guy.
Don't do
Good
this.
guy.
Look,
I
man.
hate when you say it, though.
Yeah.
Why?
Because, yes, he had a really impressive game
You
yesterday.
go overboard.
And you were telling me,
He's going to be the greatest receiver that ever played in a
maybe
Bills
he is
uniform.
because he fit right into that system. You kept telling me, it's too soon. He doesn't know the system yet. Looked like he knew that system pretty good to me.
We're going to talk about how he scored his touchdown during Tommy Tells It Like It Is, because it's not exactly what you think it is.
It's a touchdown.
Yes, it is a touchdown, but it's not. All right.
Don't overthink. You know what? You're probably overthink this stuff.
No, it's
You're worried about the first half, how he got the ball, this and that. If he did this, if they punted over here, they kicked that. Stop worrying.
No, I'll give you an example
this is easy.
as we jog around the league here, because there's another team that did exactly what the Bills did last week. They went out and got a brand new receiver and a name receiver, and this receiver has experience with the quarterback. The Jets traded for Devontae Adams, right?
Right.
They got blown out last night in Pittsburgh, 37-15. If you didn't stay up and watch it, you want to know what Devontae Adams did?
What?
3 catches, 33 yards, 30 yards.
He's no good.
Yeah, that's my
But
point.
you said he's no good.
I thought he was no good.
You said don't get that guy.
Yeah. I said he wasn't worth what you had to give up.
Right. But now you got this kid.
The put.
What's it right?
Oh, my God. You can't yell success on a trade after a single game and 4
can.
catches. No,
Yes, you can.
you
It
can't.
worked.
No, it didn't work.
Sold.
Yet.
What a genius move.
You're the dumbest person I've ever met in my life.
You're telling me, well, you can't fit into the system. You got to take a few weeks. You got to.
It is gonna
You
take-
got to integrate them slowly.
You do. Shut up. Shut up.
It's very difficult. The playbook's very thick.
Shut
But
up.
throwing the ball, or catching the ball, running the
I
ball,
hate you so much.
saluting the ball.
I hate saluting the ball. We're
Pitching
gonna
your
salute the
balls.
ball. All right, so Kimmy.
Yeah.
Should we then? I'm going to talk to Kimmy
Yeah,
now
go ahead,
because
go
ahead.
you
Yeah,
you give me a migraine.
No, yeah.
Are we going to resign ourselves to the fact
No.
that when the ball kicks off,
Yeah.
we have no idea what team we're getting?
With attention.
Yeah, I think so. I think I've accepted that already, just as a Bills fan. I've never really felt comfortable heading into any game in years.
Really? Not for okay, last
Like
year.
I was feeling good yesterday, but I always know that there's this potential of we get a team that we've never seen before, and you don't know if it's going to be good or bad. It's a fun ride. It's a fun ride to be on.
It's a fun ride when it starts going well. Yeah. It's the least fun ride ever in that first half when there's literally nothing happening and you're watching Mason Rudolph carve up your defense. Mason Rudolph.
We're moving the ball pretty well.
As opposed to Dave Yukon Cornelius. Nothing. All right. So then if we don't know what we're getting before every game, for example, Bills go to Seattle, 4:30 West Coast road trip. That's a tough game. It's a tough stadium to play in. It's super loud.
Super loud. 12 man.
Which, by the way, causes a problem when you have a receiver that's brand new that doesn't know the system.
Oh, my God. He knows what to do.
Okay.
You don't think that guy's played in loud stadiums his whole life?
Kimmy, can we do the show you and me today? Can we just you and me do the show?
Okay.
All right.
I'm so worried.
Somehow it's easier
Amari Cooper.
I mean, you're also going to West Coast. You got that going for you.
Oh, they make this West Coast like it's so hard.
It is hard.
I know people go to the West Coast all the time, have a great time to come back refreshed,
they
the
don't play
tan ready to go.
professional sports.
But all these teams, they travel all over the country. For some reason, the NFL, if they get out of one time zone, they fall apart like children.
There are several studies done every sport.
We all get grumpy when we don't get enough sleep. Imagine
How
if we
does
had
like
to
the
actually
NBA,
throw
the NFL,
football to each other.
NASCAR, Formula One, they go all over the place. They race, they shooting balls, and those guys are fine.
And they shooting balls. Yes, every league there was a problem having to take long
the NFL,
road trips.
I need a nap. I need a week off.
You're
Too
just
much.
making things up.
Oh my God!
You're just making things
that
up.
airport food was terrible. Why did I get the gas station sushi on the way into the stadium?
Panda Express seems like a good idea in the airport till you get to
They're
Panda
like
Express.
little girls when they fly.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Look, he's all saucy because
He is.
he knows he hits at least. He hit at least 2
Yeah,
hits.
he's feeling
a couple
real
of whoppers,
confident.
baby.
Whopper? What whopper? What whopper did you hit?
I'm sure people were reminding you.
With a puh on it. Put a whop with a puh.
We got a bunch of tweets reminding us.
Oh, did you?
Tommy made his picks on Friday. Yeah, they were on your side.
On your side.
No,
in favor of you.
A Muley Postgame Excuse Monday coming at you just after 7:45. And Dan Fates with 13 Wham just after 9, recapping. Maybe he knows. Maybe he knows what
He
this
was
team
there,
is.
baby.
I mean, yeah, he was.
On the field.
In his swooshy pants.
Was he wearing his jacket and hoodie? His sport coat and hoodie?
No,
I
he
didn't
was.
need it yesterday.
It was actually, I was going to wear a hoodie. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, it was like 80
Some
degrees.
tank
wasn't it?
tops in the
hot.
crowd.
Yeah.
I had to put on sunscreen.
Wow.
Yeah, I almost took my shirt off, but I was there with a woman, so I couldn't do that. Hey, thanks for coming. Don't mind me. Harry Sweaty Mac coming through. But before we get to all that,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a good thing with the state of New York. And you could argue outside of New York City, this might be the biggest tourism draw in the entire state.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right? It's a tight window.
Mm-hmm.
And
But this year it's going to be a little bit longer based on the weather.
it is?
Oh, yeah.
Shut up.
Well, think about it.
Stop watching the Weather Channel, you stupid.
We got 10 days of gorgeous weather coming up,
You're right.
which means it's going to hang a little bit longer than usual.
But here's what sucks,
What?
man. The most beautiful time
Oh,
in the region we live
dazzling.
also coincides with the one time a year that guys do not want to get off
Right.
their couch. And this weekend is the perfect example of
Yeah.
it. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are 3 distinct possibilities here.
What's that?
1, husbands and boyfriends actually like this. 2, husbands and boyfriends have to pretend to like it, but really hate it. 3, husbands and boyfriends have such bad Stockholm syndrome that they don't realize they hate it because they forget what actual fun is like.
All right.
There's so many better things to do on a Saturday or a Sunday than something like this, yet this number 1 ranking for our area will be another argument for your wife or your girlfriend to drag you somewhere pointless to look at something that is literally all over outside. It's just outside.
Yeah, it's all the way down the highway.
You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, our hometown boy finally got his round of applause.
Oh, yeah.
Foreigner was inducted on Saturday night into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And there's a problem.
Yeah.
Did you see?
Well, I didn't see something. When I saw that stuff in the news, didn't see what I was looking for.
So we're going to fill you in on what happened.
They got stiffed.
No, bro, it's all the Hall's fault. And there is audio.
Well, it ain't his fault.
It's a Hall of Fame's fault. And there is audio that we played years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I sent it to you again, Kimmy, and maybe you didn't see it. I'm
and
sorry.
he was right.
He was. We laughed at this guy. We're going to play it again. He was 100% right because Foreigner was not honored the way that they should have been.
Not like everybody else was.
And it's all because they waited too long. And we'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room. Kimmy, take your time. I'll get it to you here on CMF. New York has been named the number 1 state.
Number 1, baby.
For fall road trips.
Oh, the road trip.
This is according to a story in the DNC over the weekend. So what they factor in here, Tommy, 3 categories. Entertainment, the outdoors, and accessibility.
Yeah.
And they break it down even further.
It's breathtaking.
So we're talking fall festivals, state parks, things like that.
Hay rides.
In this study, New York was number 1 in apple orchards.
Number 1, baby.
Nailed it.
New York's
Big apple, baby.
ranked number 1 in corn mazes.
Okay.
Big corn
Got a lot
country.
of that.
And we were ranked number 1 in hay rides.
Right.
Got a lot of that, too.
All things that guys love to do on a Saturday or Sunday in the fall. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, do you like fall road trips?
No, but so far I've taken 2 this year.
Okay.
And one down. There's one more coming. I know it.
What happened to you?
I don't know.
You used to be cool.
Yeah, it's
You
all
used to be
gone
cool,
bad.
man. Okay. And here's the thing.
But you can't get out of it.
You say you don't like them, but I feel like you're trying to sound tough because you have talked about going on these like fall road trips and like it was really nice.
You're a big day trip guy.
We drove to a small town and we had lunch and it was great.
Well, I like the lunch and I like the drink.
The luncheon and then the
Yeah.
dog
Little
was in the
change
back.
of scenery.
Lily was in the back. She
We
was
do
helping
take the
the
dogs.
dog.
We have taken the dog on a few of those.
Cool. You're such a bitch.
I took that long one. Remember that long one I took? Kenny Bunkport.
Oh, I forgot about the Kitty Book trip.
There was a 10-hour trip because we got stuck in Boston traffic a couple of years ago to go to Kenny Bunkport. I've never been.
I hear that's a new thing, that Boston traffic going.
I didn't know.
Why do you not know? It's
By the way, I was 30 miles out of Boston. They still got traffic.
Okay. There are so many better things to do on a Saturday or a Sunday.
But she didn't even want to do them.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's my question.
What?
I'm sorry.
All right,
252 WCMF. I'm getting so furious I can't
I
even
could
think
tell.
straight.
But you're not a big outdoorsman.
It's not just an outdoorsman thing.
You don't like to eat outside.
No, why would I want to eat outside?
But he does all
Nice.
those things when he tailgates, which is funny.
Different.
Oh,
though.
yeah.
I eat outside and I'm outdoors enjoying the cold.
Oh, I'm sorry. You coming in with a left hook? You
No.
want to dance? You want to dance, Kimmy?
I'm trying to give you credit. You do enjoy spending some time eating and drinking outside.
No, it's just so funny. Like, hey, it's
Just
the fall.
not in the fall foliage.
It's the fall. You want to? Hey, how would you like your lunch, but with bees?
But you also don't appreciate anything of beauty. Like you don't like the,
You don't like lakes.
Yeah.
You don't like
lakes. You don't like
nature.
the beach. You don't like
No.
outside. Like you can't appreciate a mountain.
A nice gravel parking lot. as
You
I've
don't
seen.
you don't like anything majestic.
No.
You don't like any type of like natural beauty.
Uh-huh.
You crap all over it because your parents too poor to afford outside.
No, outside came inside with the hole in the roof.
You
so we had
like
plenty
bleak.
outside. Bro, I can appreciate a mountain. I don't want to drive.
I can appreciate a mountain.
I can appreciate a mountain. I don't want to drive 7 hours to go walk up one. It sucks.
No, you're in shape now. You
Still
lost the
sucks.
tonnage.
Still sucks. Let me tell you a story.
You don't have to climb the mountain to appreciate
I don't
the
want to
mountain.
drive 7 hours to look at a mountain. Look, when I was on the road, I was driving through Colorado, and I was driving overnight to a show.
Breathtaking.
And
Ooh.
the sun was coming up
Sorry.
over the Rocky Mountains. Probably he did it too. It's right, kid. Ooh. Sun was coming up over the Rocky Mountains. And I
Yeah,
remember
it's
seeing
amazing.
this, and I was like, wow, this is It's like a painting God made for all of us, right? But I don't want to do that intentionally. I don't want to go out because it sucks. There's so many better things to do.
But you enjoyed it, but you don't want to go back and do something like that.
The 10 seconds I
similar.
took it in, it was like, okay, I've now burned that into my memory.
But it changed your life.
It didn't change my life.
You're talking about it now.
You remembered it.
Like it's burnt into your memory.
You can do it again if you want.
Can I point out how Tommy started this break trying to sound like a bro? Yeah, man, totally.
And then you don't even appreciate scenery.
You don't like majesty, your majesty. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How many guys are pretending to like these fall road trips and activities and actually hate it? How many guys have been fooled into thinking they like it? And how many actually like it?
The one thing I was shocked with is how expensive these day trips are.
What are you talking about? It's majesty and leaves and beauty. You don't appreciate beauty. It's not what the money.
Like every time we do these things, I go, God damn, man, that ain't cheap.
Oh, especially if you've got kids. Right?
Any of it. Anything you do with this stuff is a fortune, especially now with these pumpkin farms. God, you
heard about these pumpkin farms?
Bro, it's like going to Disney. I got a talking tractor, bouncy house.
You do have a talking tractor. Yeah.
They do. They have added a lot. Come a long way.
And there's a whack on it. Go to Whack-'em Farms, man.
Whack-'em Farms?
They should call all those farms Whack-'em because you're about to get whacked in the pocket, baby.
It is weird, though, because when I think about my childhood, my dad was the one that dragged us to most of these
that stuff
activities.
was cheap back then.
Well, but he also loved, like, the scary stuff. Like, he loved a haunted house. He loved a haunted hayride.
Okay.
Like, he just loved, for some reason, seeing us all scared out of our minds.
All right.
Okay, but here's
like, he would have been a part of it if they asked him to.
That's strange about your dad. Because, like, the worst part, and I guess, like, the haunted hayrides and everything is fine. I guess my biggest problem here is the foliage.
Yeah, looking at the leaves. Yeah. That's what they're talking about, really.
252-WCMF.
New York, fall colors.
Yeah, New York has been named the #1 state for fall road trips in America. And here's what bothers me about driving to see foliage. You ready? You ready? Yeah. And I want everyone to listen carefully.
All right, what are you talking about?
Okay. There are trees everywhere in the greater Rochester area. You could walk down Park Ave. You could drive down 104. You could look out your window. It's the same leaves in Skinny Atlas or Aurora or
But you get the lake. You get the
wow,
reflection of the leaves on the lake.
Views.
Get out of here. A reflection. Shut up. It's the same tree. They're the same effing trees.
By the way, it puts your wife in a good mood.
Wow. Yeah. You know, and that I'm sure that'll last the 3 hours home while she takes a nap. Isn't that great? That's the other funny part about this, too. Like, all your wives and girlfriends, let's go on a road trip on the way home.
No, the worst is when they're on their phone, not looking at the leaves.
Not appreciating them.
You're right.
I've been on that trip.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Right.
I don't know. It's funny how the same folks who will try and argue, like, this is a great thing and they love the fall, will also be the first folks to bitch and moan about all the leaves in their yard.
Does suck. Got to do a lot of raking.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Fall
It's beauty.
raking.
It's all part of the beauty, right, Tommy?
Yeah, that's where my wife stops enjoying the fall.
Okay.
When the rakes show up.
I love how he keeps trying to throw his wife under the bus. Like he didn't already argue for Majestic. Yeah. Shut up.
I do enjoy Majestic.
You take a lot of pride in the beauty of your yard.
I do.
I'm sure that you appreciate those leaves for a little while.
I do until they fall.
Golden trees.
All right, but here's the thing.
Now it's on the ground.
Like yesterday was so nice. After the game, I sat out in the backyard, right?
Wow.
Had a cigar, a drink, watched the grandbaby run around.
Aww.
It was beautiful.
That's
He was playing with the leaves. He was picking up the sticks. I got all my yard work done. It was great.
These really are the days of our lives.
But it was nice to sit out on a nice October day and enjoy outside in the evening.
It is funny, like, I know people that have moved away to warmer weather, and they say, like, the #1 thing they miss is, like, that changing of the season. Yeah.
People literally get depressed when they leave this area because, like, if you move to Florida, it's just 80 and humid.
Sure.
It's just sharks and snakes, baby.
No, I get the changing of the seasons. I love the changing of the seasons.
No, you don't.
No, I do.
You're big ol' liar.
You bought a grill. You and I bought a Blackstone this year.
Yes.
I'm on my 7th tank of gas. You haven't turned it on twice.
It's because my kids' activities. I haven't had a chance to use it. It's driving me nuts, too. I'm getting dragged around
and
to
he has,
do
like,
stuff.
the nicest of the nice ones.
Okay.
Yeah, you got, like, the...
You
like
got stuff you're never going to use on
there. You got
there.
the Mac Daddy of Blackstone.
No, I'm going to use it this weekend just to shove it in your stupid face.
I grilled out last night.
He's going to bring it in a bag and eat it right in front of you.
Yeah, how about that?
That pulled pork.
Like I'm like a man eating spaghetti inside of a Bills game. But here's the thing, man.
Right.
I've been yelling and screaming, bitching and moaning for 10 minutes, but I haven't even gotten to the worst part of this.
What's the worst
right?
part?
Past the fact that you have to drive to look at trees that are already in your backyard. Past the fact that mountains aren't all that beautiful anyway, and anyone who says they like hiking is just lying to sound cool. The worst part of the fall road trip, if you are a sports fan, right now is the greatest time of the year.
It's all coming together.
This weekend, you had both the AL and NL pennant decided. The Yankees are taking on the Dodgers in the World Series. The games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday were awesome. College football, you had the number one team in America go down. Alabama went down again. It was just great games all over the place. The NFL, always great every weekend.
Sure.
The NHL and NBA just started. You are in full swing for everything. And you want to pull me away from that to go for a drive? You want to go for a drive?
But what's your argument, though? Like, I mean, because you got all winter to watch sports.
No. This is the greatest sports time of the year right now.
But that's not your wife's argument. The wife's argument is you're going to have 4 months of sitting on your ass in the dank. Yeah. Let's get out while we still can.
Oh, a wrong argument is still an argument. I mean, it's not a good argument.
By the way, like other than Sunday, all those games are on at night.
What are you talking about? There's college football all day.
And I don't care about college football, man.
I don't care about college football.
Georgia takes on Texas.
I mean, I don't know how many people.
Are you nodding a guy while you're watching college football?
No.
Like you might tune in if there's like a close game on, but are you like actively watching? So like sitting down to solely watch.
That's all part of Bulldog Nation.
On Saturday when I got home, well, let me give you an example. All right, because my daughter had a hockey game, my oldest in Skinny Atlas on Saturday.
Yeah.
So it was early in the morning, and my wife wanted to walk around the town.
Yeah, that's ground zero for fall.
Bro, it was jammed.
Oh, sure.
Like you could not move shoulder to shoulder.
Just strollers and sweaters, as far as the eye can see.
And every single dude was on his phone trying to keep up with all of the sports that were happening while their wives were dragging them around. And I'm watching multiple dudes like hitting the show. Stop it. It's a family. And I got home at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I sat and I ran from room to room with my pants down, just watching every game that was on because they were all awesome.
So you know who your idol is?
Who's that?
My father. Because he didn't do any of this crap.
Yeah, you might be right.
And that's when we only had 3 channels of TV and he was watching black and white, Giants games in the 60s. He didn't do any of this stuff. My father did know what a fall road trip was. It didn't exist. That wasn't even like a thing back then.
Maybe Mac Muley had a couple of good ideas.
He did. Because his weekends were always free. He had 4 kids. And he always told me he wanted to get done early on a Friday because he wanted his weekends off.
With his 4 kids being there.
And his wife, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Look, man, here's the thing. I yell and I scream.
Knobs and martinis on demand. You know what? He didn't need more than 3 channels of TV. He just needed Bonanza and the Ed Sullivan Show. That's all because he was so relaxed. I don't know how this guy had a heart attack. From what?
Folks are waiting on hold.
Too much fried food?
Folks are waiting on hold. 252 WCMF. We'll get to that in a second. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page talking about how the state of New York was ranked #1 for fall road trips in America. And it sucks because no guy actually likes doing that except for Tommy Muley. And it's the best sports time of the year, and you're trying to drag me away from all of this entertainment to go look at leaves that are in my backyard.
Oh, yeah, you get your man cave now.
Yeah, can't use it. Matt writes us, Duffy, it's called maturing.
Ooh.
I'm in my 40s now, and I do like the scenery and the time with the family on a fall road trip. You're being selfish and ignorant, and if I were you, I'd shut up for the sake of your marriage. Ooh, that's so mad. Ooh, maybe someone needs to speak up. Matt, maybe one of us is going to be man enough to not be a little bitch, Matt, be scared of their wife. Oh, no, man. Even though I do go on the trips because I'm scared of my wife.
I will say this. Like, just going with my wife and I, if we take the dog, it's one thing. I can't imagine doing it with kids because kids ain't paying attention to none of this.
Well, you need entertainment.
But they're not looking out the window looking at anything.
That's what I mean.
It's a good time.
Like you need a specific reason.
It's fun. Hey, why don't we take 5 hours and $150 and go do something?
You do get squash soup, though. Very tasty.
It's less expensive to go to a Bills game than it is to take a random drive with your family. And I'm not exaggerating.
All right. Yeah, you might be right there.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Victor. Hey, Victor. How are you, buddy?
You are one of those people, Pat, where your mother had to say, turn off the TV and go outside. I'm betting $1,000.
No, I loved playing outside, but I went out and played sports like a
You
man.
could sit in the house and watch sports. outside of going outside. It's the dumbest thing you've ever said probably on this show, and you've said a lot of dumb things.
All right, Victor, so you're outside guy. I'm Victor, man. Check me out. I feel the breeze through my hair, man. I'm in good shape,
I'm going to
man.
watch 25-year-old men get sweaty and play football when I could be outside looking at nature. It doesn't make any sense, man. Go
Check me out. I
outside.
just got a new backpack again to Mountain Man. I got granola in there and a water bottle, and I got this rope. I don't know what it's for, but in case I need it, I have it. It's wrapped up into a smaller rope.
Dude, I'm driving to Ithaca today, and it's going to be stellar outside. The leaves are changing. They're glistening off the water. It's beautiful.
If I didn't hate you enough up until now, the fact that you use stellar as a real word in a sentence makes me despise you.
Stellar, man.
Victor, enjoy your Ithaca road trip, my friend.
Peace. Bill suck. Bye.
There you go, Victor. You want to hear about Ithaca?
What's that?
It's gorgeous. Shut up.
Is there something though, like maybe you're too young to appreciate nature? Because I do feel like at some point in every man's life, it flips where you just all you want to do is photograph nature. And I don't know if that's always within you or just with some guys, but I feel like men over like the age of 55, for some reason, they all of a sudden want to take pictures of the most unique things that nature has to offer.
Well, that's because you're soon going to be part of nature, not in a good way. So you might as well start getting used to your new surroundings that are coming up. Dirt.
Look, I can't sit here and tell you I won't be that guy.
Yeah.
But if it happens, it'll be one hell of a turn. I don't see it happening, especially as I get older. Like, I am looking forward to the days where, like, my body stops working, so I have no choice but to sit and watch sports on the couch. Right? Honey, I'd love to, but my hip, my back.
I can't eat outside today.
All right, let's take a break. This was a big night. This was a night.
Oh, this is the night, yes.
50 years in the making, man.
Right.
These guys get together. One local boy done good, finds stardom, and he and this band were the biggest on the planet.
I kind of saw this coming, bro.
No, but here's the thing. And look,
there was a bone in the breeze.
Is that a real expression?
I just made it up. But you know I'm right, man.
I kind of like bone in the breeze
because the fact that everybody had to like speak up was telling me they weren't all that welcome.
No, because it has nothing to do with that. This is happening to every artist, it seems, because there's a man who sounded the alarm bells, and we laughed at him.
Right, but he's also a lower tier guy.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, we're going to have a fight.
And I like the guy, but he ain't up in the upper echelons.
Second of all, look,
and
man.
I said it like Cher. Echelons.
Echelons. Drips and tramps and dams.
She got honored. They were like all over her.
It's not about how they were honored, because even just a performance, the way that we were expecting it would have been fine. It's all about time. It's about time. And that's where the Hall of Fame really screwed our local guy.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It was a long time coming for Lou Graham and Foreigner to get their flowers over the weekend. In fact, it was too long, literally, because of whatever reason.
Yeah.
This place kept them out, and what the fans wanted to see on Saturday night,
Yeah.
they didn't get.
Of course not.
All because of the Hall of Fame. And it turns out that wasn't the only drama.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, how'd you like $5,000?
$5,000, Pat.
Fall into $5K a day. It's easy. You download the free Odyssey app, log on, listen to WCMF for at least an hour a day.
All right.
Which is like nothing, just flies by.
Sure.
Right? With the brilliance we have. A daily winner in this national contest will be chosen to win $5,000 per day. Good luck. Download the Odyssey app from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Just after 7:45, it is a Victory Monday.
Oh, boy.
Tommy made some picks.
Daddy got fat.
I feel like you're really thinking of one specific pick.
I had a Whopper, baby. Whopper.
What is he
I
talking
don't know.
about?
I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out.
What are you talking about, Tommy?
Well, he was at Bill Gray's, so I'm sure everybody was reminding him of how well his picks were doing.
Because, you were with your wife, who also keeps track of them and then insults you to your face when you get them wrong. We'll get to a Muley post-game excuse Victory Monday here, just after 7:45 in the break room on CMF. It's official. As of Saturday night, Lou Graham and Foreigner are Rock and Roll Hall of Famers.
Damn, locked in.
So if you missed it, don't worry. On New Year's Day, ABC is going to run a highlight version of the whole show, But the whole show, was streaming live on Disney Plus Saturday. The ceremony happened in New York City, and Rochester Rock fans were thrilled to see Lou with all of the surviving original members up there one more time.
Yeah.
Except we didn't get that.
Hey, what happened?
Well, the reason both of the men who didn't make it couldn't be there was thanks to really stupid moves by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We'll start with the saddest news.
All right, what happened?
Original guitarist Mick Jones.
Well, it's his band.
I mean, look, when people think of
He's
Foreigner...
he's the founding father.
Yes.
He hired Lou.
Exactly. But when people think of Foreigner, it's Lou Graham and Mick Jones. Right? Is that fair?
Yeah, those are the two guys.
You got it.
So what happened to him?
Well, Mick announced a few months ago he had been diagnosed with Parkinson's.
Yeah, he's in a bad way.
And that had been keeping him off the road, but there was hope from fans that he had one more night in him. It wasn't the fact that he couldn't play anymore. It was the stresses of the road that couldn't keep him there. Well, that wasn't the case.
They couldn't roll him out?
Mick didn't even go.
Wow, he's in bad shape.
Yes. He wasn't there to receive these honors on Saturday night.
I mean, a guy's in bad shape if he doesn't go to this.
Especially a guy like that.
Right. This is your Super Bowl ring.
And here's the thing.
Right.
It's all the Hall of Fame's fault.
Why is it their fault?
Foreigner should have been in decades ago.
Yeah, but Cher just got in.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
If you line up album sales and hits, and
I
I know
know,
we've
they're
had this
good,
argument
they're
1,000 times, Foreigner is head and shoulders above anyone else on that stage. Look, Foreigner's been eligible since 2003.
Yeah.
I was a junior in high school.
Yeah. You're like 300 pounds. You weren't going anywhere either, unless it involved tater tots.
Their charted hits, their album sales, their ticket sales.
Nobody's doubts are good.
Okay.
They got good stuff. They got nice pop.
But because Foreigner had to wait so long, it kept Lou and Mick from getting one last major show together, which is disgusting. It really bothered me when that news hit on Friday night that Mick Jones wasn't making the trip. I wanted to see, because look, if you follow Foreigner, which I know a lot of folks in Rochester do because of Lou, you know that there was a lot of animosity.
They don't like each other.
At least, I don't know if things are better now.
But Lou said that Mick, screwed him.
Yes. So for them to be able to get together one more time was going to be great.
All right.
And we didn't get it. But it turns out that Mick Jones wasn't the only original member not to be there.
So what happened?
Dennis Elliott, who was the band's drummer from its inception until 1991, also didn't make it.
What's his problem?
That was his choice.
He just didn't want to go?
Here's the problem.
He's pissed then?
He said the Hall of Fame effed with all the artists as far as the schedule and what was and wasn't allowed. And the biggest issue seems to be with the band's significant others. Where they would be and what they'd be allowed to do.
Bring your old ladies.
Exactly. He wanted his spouse to walk the red carpet with him, although the artist did. And the Hall of Fame said no, but they waited until the night before everybody left. Elliot, the drummer, said that they had been asking for months, hey, what's the situation? We got to figure out things with our families. And he says in a statement, and I'm paraphrasing, that they knew that when we were all packed up that they'd have us there and we wouldn't say no. And he canceled his flight and didn't go.
Damn.
So he didn't have the drummer either.
All right.
And he's not the only rock legends that have had issues with the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing. Now I feel stupid because we've played this a ton in the past.
We mocked this so hard.
Steve Miller a couple of years ago during his induction in the Hall of Fame. They have a press conference afterwards where reporters are able to ask questions of the artist. And Steve Miller went off on a tangent about his anger with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. This was just a piece of it.
When they told me I was inducted, they said you can have 2 tickets, one for your wife and one for yourself. Want another one? It's $10,000. Sorry, that's the way it goes. He said, I'm playing here. What about my band? What about their wives? What about... They make this so unpleasant that they came this close. No, we're not going to wrap this one up. I'm going to wrap you up. You go sit down over there and learn something. So here's what you need to know. This is how close this whole show came to not happening because of the way the artists were actually being treated right now. So I'll wrap it up right now.
And look, he sounds...
Angry Steve Miller.
He sounds like an egomaniac. But then you look at how long Foreigner had to wait, what we were robbed of.
Maybe he had some valid points.
He did. I mean, what we were robbed of as music fans, not getting to see what we all wanted to see. Dionne Warwick got in, right? She was there. She was in a wheelchair. She's in a wheelchair.
Yeah, I mean, she's 80-something years old.
But I'm saying, like, why?
Why wait so long? And then, every now and then you see, like a young artist get in that doesn't have the, I guess, time spent as like a superstar.
But I guess like Dionne Warwick again, she had her biggest hit was like in the 60s.
Fine. You can make an argument for Dionne Warwick and all that
Cher,
stuff.
you know.
But I mean, you argued Cher is a bigger deal than Foreigner, and she's in her late years. She's not. She's in her late 70s, early 80s. How old is Cher? Can we look that up?
I think she's late 70s.
Okay. So like, if you're gonna make that argument, you're fine. I'm not gonna give you Foreigner, but let's take it out. 78. She had to wait till 78. If you think she's such a big star, why did she have to wait so long?
Well, I guess because she's not traditional rock and roll Hall of Fame, right? I mean, as far as the music's concerned.
I mean, bro, Tribe Called Quest got in. And I love Tribe Called Quest, and I think they deserve to be in there.
They got in early, right?
Well, I mean, no, they've been around since the early 90s. I mean, I guess compared to everyone else.
Age-wise,
But I mean, I'm saying if you want to, it's not the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame anymore. I mean,
it's a music hall.
It's a music hall of fame, which is fine, great, awesome. Like those artists contribute to things we heard in rock and roll. They took from rock and roll, right? Like Elvis takes from R&B and all those other artists, and it all becomes like a beautiful thing. But I don't get why they waited so long.
So did Lou perform?
He did. So that was actually, if we're going to talk about cool parts of the night, getting Lou to see Lou up there with, is it Kelly Hansen, who's the other?
Kelly Clarkson.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I meant the lead singer of Foreigner at the moment.
Oh, I thought you were asking who he performed with.
Who the Foreigner tours?
Yes, remember when I said they were going to play I Want to Know What Love Is, and you said there wasn't a female part in that song? Remember that?
Yeah.
This is Lou performing I Want to Know What Love Is with Kelly Clarkson on Saturday night.
There's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. Can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life. I wanna know what love is.
Like you're not singing in your car.
Who's that other jerk in the background? That's very moving.
Not only is Kelly
Didn't really need Lou, really, to tell you the truth.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I mean,
Well, she does have a powerful voice.
I mean, she drowns him.
It's tough to match her up with anybody.
I mean, she blows him out the stage.
Look, man, I think that you have her take the lead because Lou again had to wait so long.
Right.
I understand he can't pull that song off.
Yeah, okay. Why do you always say the worst thing?
Not
that
saying
does not need to
you.
be said?
You do.
Does not need
No,
to be said.
he had it.
Does not need to be said. And by the way, he brought it back on the harmony. It sounded good together. Shut up. What do you know about nothing? Nothing.
I know
That's
that
what you know.
That chick can sing, man.
They played with Kelly Clarkson / Sammy Hagar and Demi Lovato. All of them played.
So that was the backup for Lou, basically.
Well, they all played with and paid tribute to
Right.
Foreigner, but even Lou didn't get to perform all that much because, again, his age,
right.
right? And all of the health stuff that he's gone through. I don't know. It could have been so much more.
I'm sure, yeah, they would have gotten in 20 years ago, sure.
It should have been so much more. And if we're being all open and out in the honest, whatever, it's almost not worth the band getting in. If it means like the last image you get of Foreigner is without surviving founding members because of the hall itself.
Yeah, but I guess, if you ask somebody, somebody still in the band like Lou, wouldn't you say he'd rather be in later than not in at all?
And that's what sucks.
Yeah.
And that's what sucks about it. Because, yes, this matters to these guys.
Yeah,
and
sure.
It should matter to these guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's the cherry on the career.
Exactly. But You have to wade through all of this BS. And to not be able to give the best version of yourself because of the BS, it's just not fair.
All right, so of all the stories I've ever heard about Mick Jones, and mostly have come from Lou, none of them are good.
Sure.
And I wonder if Mick Jones left a bad taste in a lot of the industry's mouth based on his attitude and how he treated people, where nobody really wanted to deal with this guy.
So that was the story that we got.
He's a jerk.
That was the story we got a couple of months ago. Is there was a man who was like the head of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame selection committee who Mick Jones had an issue with, and that's why they kept him out.
And that
for 20
sounds
years.
on par.
Okay.
Where Mick kind of did it to himself a little bit, which also affects Lou.
But we're also talking about rock stars here. You're going to tell me Mick Jones was the worst of all the rock stars from the 70s and 80s?
No, but you may have been trying to swing above your weight.
Okay. Again, I don't want to have
You ain't Zeppelin, bro.
Bro, I love how you pick.
You ain't Keith the Mick.
Yeah, obviously, those are two of the greatest rock bands in the history of music.
Yes. But you might have acted like it.
Okay.
Just saying.
So then you're not a Hall of Fame. You're a Hall of Who I Like.
I would love
Let's
that.
put that on the sign then.
Well, it's kind of what a Hall of Fame is.
No. I mean, there are lots of terrible people that are in the Pro Baseball, Football, Hockey,
Yeah.
and Basketball Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look, you murder somebody, fine. I'm fine with that being kept out, right? But if you're a jerk to somebody, you're going to keep him out of a hall for that?
But you might have been a jerk to the wrong guy.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's justified, but, you got to play nice.
All right, so then go change the sign in Cleveland to the Rock
Play
and
nice
Roll
fame.
Hall of people that I can sit in a room with. Shut up. All right, let's take a break. Look, I know you're in a good mood today.
I'm in a great mood.
You're in a good mood because you think you hit a whopper.
Riding high.
Whopper? I don't even know what pick he's
Whop
referring
with the
to.
papa.
I don't either.
Oh, no.
I mean, I know that it could be a few,
I mean, but it's not
but
like
I'm not sure which one he thinks.
It's not like it was like a crazy. There wasn't like a crazy prediction you hit on. I don't think. Crazy.
He came close with the one,
Hold on,
but
hold on. Let's take a breath.
Right.
It is a Victory Monday. Tommy made his picks on Friday. We will get into them. A Muley post-game excuse Monday. One for his last 15.
All right.
Can he turn it around? Next here at the break room on CMF. Oh, buddy boy.
Whoa, boy.
Tale of two halves. We talked about it this morning. And as bad as that game started, it was just as great on the back end.
Amazing.
And it's always just as great on the back end.
Oh, yeah. It's a sweet ride on the back end.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Big 34-10 win for your Buffalo Bills in Orchard Park yesterday. They are 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Both the Jets and the Dolphins lost yesterday, which means they have widened their lead in the AFC East. The Texans also lost yesterday, which means they are now just a half game back of them when it comes to playoff seeding. Tonight, the Ravens play. Same thing could happen there potentially. Fingers crossed. Things are looking pretty good this week. Yeah. Unfortunately, Tommy, the last two has been on 3 weeks. 1 for 15.
Bad skid.
1 for 15
Bad
skid for Tommy.
All the prognosticators hit that.
Yeah.
It happened to Jimmy the Greek.
But I don't think you're allowed to say his name into a microphone anymore.
Why?
Banned from all airwaves forever.
Is it really?
What you do and what I tried to say was Tommy made his picks on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find out how he did. You ready, Kimmy?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it.
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Ulay Excuse Postgame Monday in the break room on WCMF.
Here is Tommy's first pick from Friday on CMF. Over under 50 total yards for running back Ray Davis.
You tell me Crazy Legs Davis can't get 50 yards when he was destroyed last week? And nobody was even thinking about this kid?
So you're confident in 50 total yards for Ray Davis?
50 yards is nothing.
That's a lot. I mean, Ray...
Nothing.
He could be the guy, though, that nobody's paying attention to, which we kind of saw last week. You know what I mean?
I don't know how after last week you don't pay attention
Well, but
to
if
him.
you also have James Cook on the field,
You got to
I
be
don't know.
looking at both of them. And you also got to be worried about Josh.
But again, if both of them are on the... You just proved my point. If both of them are on the field and you have to worry about Josh, that means there's a 1 in 3 chance he gains a
All
yard.
this kid's got to do is break one off, baby.
Yeah, that's not easy to do.
They call him Crazy Legs Breakaway Ray.
So to be clear, you are over
To be clear.
50 total yards for Bills running back Ray Davis.
Yes.
All right, so Ray Davis
Yeah.
did have himself a banner day for his career.
Yeah.
Got his first NFL touchdown.
Cuts it inside, spins out of a tackle, down to the 10, to the 5, has Hollins in front of him, and into the end zone.
Damn.
Ray, the pile driver Davis, into the end zone for a 15-yard touchdown run.
I like his better.
Pile driver.
I
baby.
guess I haven't noticed. Does Chris Brown on the broadcast, does he have
Chris
a nickname for
Berman?
every single person?
He's trying to be Chris Berman.
Oh my God. It says guy who
Well,
said...
you-
Buddy, Taco Bell.
You literally just said Ray Crazy
Yeah, I know
Legs
you did.
Breakaway.
I was doing it way
Davis.
before that punk-ass kid was doing it.
All right, so Ray Davis ran the ball 5 times for 41 yards.
But he only got 41 yards?
41 yards. He worked into the passing game as well. 1 catch for 6 yards for a total of...
How much?
47
Oh,
yards.
my. Technically, I should get it because he scored a touchdown. I should get
But
a
that
couple
wasn't
points
the
for the
pick.
touchdown.
What the hell are you talking
Tacked
about?
on to the yardage.
How does that work?
With the down.
How does that work?
I just showed you.
No, how many yards is a touchdown worth?
I think it 10 yards.
10 yards? Oh, all right, let me check.
That would give me
Commissioner, what do you
over the
think?
51.
What do you think?
I don't think it works like that.
Yeah.
47 yards.
Or you didn't think he was doing crap, and he scored. So I was smarter than you.
I didn't say he wasn't going to do crap.
You don't think he's going to be on everybody's radar?
He was on everybody's
He's going
radar.
to be handcuffed. They're going to be watching him. They didn't watch him that good. He got in the end zone.
Well, let's see.
So you was wrong.
He had 123 total yards last week and 41 this week.
Yeah, but he scored a touchdown.
I would say
Touchdowns I hear are tough to get in this league.
By the way, Kimmy, he did exactly what you need from your change-up running back.
Yeah.
Right?
No, he was,
Good utility man.
He was also the Bills' leading rusher yesterday.
yeah, I guess that makes sense. Nobody had a huge game besides Josh.
Yeah, but I mean, if you get both Cook and
Yeah.
Ray Davis working in the same game, what do you do? Watch out.
Can't do it.
Well, I'll tell you what you can't do. Get the first pick right because you are 0 for 1, my friend. But that's okay. You got 4 more to go.
Well, it was close.
Let's get to our second pick from Tommy here on CMF. Over under 1/2 an interception for Josh Allen.
So you're saying just
He
one?
doesn't know. 1 interception
And I
it's over.
lose.
You lose. Yes,
Yep.
you got it. But he hasn't thrown one yet.
I put my money on Josh Allen.
You put your money on Josh Allen the
I'm
last 2
all
weeks.
in on Josh.
You put him
and
on-
Ray.
There will be a point.
Yeah, no quarterback's going to be perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I understand.
He's going to throw an interception at some point this season. But you're not confident, even though it's
guess
game
these-
7. What?
Weak ass hillbilly team.
They're not. The defense is good. Their offense
You
is
just told me they're
putrid.
banged up and they got one win. How good can they be?
Okay, all of the games that they've lost, with the exception of one, was a one possession game.
Well, isn't that the entire league is like that? Most of these
It's funny
games-
when I argue that. You go, oh, stupid Bills suck. But when you...
Why are you using your logic?
No, I argue doing the logic that you said was stupid. So to be clear,
Let's be clear.
you are under
Under.
1/2 an interception for Josh
right.
Allen.
That's right. I don't remember him getting picked up.
You look a little nervous, though.
No, but I don't. I can't think because I would have noticed that.
A little nervous. After a slow start,
Yeah.
Josh ends up 21 of 33. 323 yards.
Which is amazing.
His first 300-yard passing game of the season. 2 touchdowns.
And
0 interceptions.
so he's 7 games in, no pick.
He is only the third QB in NFL history
What, really?
to play 7 games,
Oh, man.
throw at least 10 touchdown passes, and have 0 interceptions.
In the 200 years of this league.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nuts. I can't even, Kimmy, think of a pass that was in danger of being intercepted yesterday. Can you? There wasn't a moment where I was like,
there was one that was
Yeah.
kind of tipped, that kind of flew into the air that looked like it could be anybody's ball, but it ended. He got lucky there, I guess. Nobody's in the area.
oh, it was the Curtis Samuel one where he got hurt.
Is that where it
I
was?
think it might
Yeah.
have been. Okay. All right. So you are 1-1.
All right.
Welcome back to victory lane, my friend. Let's get to Tommy's third pick on a Muley post-game excuse Monday here on CMF. Tommy, over 1 1/2 catches for new Bills wide receiver Amari Cooper.
So all he's got to do is catch 2 footballs, period.
Listen to me.
This is Jimmy.
You're also
Listen to
you
me.
also have you also have to bank on the fact that he will dress, because if he doesn't dress, it's a miss.
Yeah.
Over under 1/2, 1 1/2
Of course
catches
that kid's going to be out there. You got to give the fans a little flash. It's entertainment, baby.
out there with 2 catches.
Yeah.
So you're
So all
over.
I got to get is 2 catches. Mm-hmm. I didn't have to do a goddamn thing with him. He can get a yard, right? I win.
Yeah. He can lose yardage as long as he can catch.
Oh, my God. This is cake. Cake. And I don't even like cake. This is cake.
We still don't know why he stuttered, first of all.
I'm
Second,
not sure.
my favorite part of this
What's that?
segment,
Voices.
my favorite part of this segment is Kimmy. He says he watches the whole game.
I did.
Right?
I did
'Cause
watch.
Everybody,
I don't
everybody
memorize
listening to
it.
this knows the answer. Yet you are sitting here with this panic look on your face.
Not panic, concern.
Look, Amari Cooper did not start great. He was targeted once in the first half. It was right in front of my seats.
And he dropped it,
He
right?
dropped it.
Bounced
And
right off his chest almost.
I was screaming all kinds of curse words with your name in between the curse words because I was convinced.
Because I cursed him.
You got it. But his first catch as a Bill
Yeah.
was a great one.
Allen in the shotgun takes the snap. Blitz coming. Fires over the middle for Amari Cooper for a 12-yard touchdown reception.
Great
You know what that
ti-
was?
What's that?
That was a Tommy blessing right there. I blessed that child, and he scored. My blessings from the break room.
Amari Cooper finished the day,
Mm-hmm.
66 yards and a touchdown on 4 catches.
Ding. Double dings. Back-to-back dingers.
I would like to
Baby.
point something out, though.
Yeah.
Because, Kimmy, you remember Tommy saying on Friday it would be simple for Amari Cooper to figure this out.
And it was.
Yeah.
Despite the Bills' complicated
Said
playbook.
he's a professional.
On that TD catch you just heard, and you can go back and watch the video, Josh changes the play at the line. Amari Cooper has no idea what he's supposed to do.
Right.
And he looks to Keon Coleman, rookie wide receiver, who's next to him on the line, and he puts his hands out like, what do I do? And Keon Coleman looks around. He doesn't know what to do. And Keon Coleman's just points to where Amari Cooper's got to be.
Right.
It's the funniest video everywhere because now everyone on the field
Knows where he's
going. And he somehow caught the touchdown.
And they still couldn't stop him.
But he didn't know what the play was. And that was my concern going into the game.
That's
on
like a
Sunday.
Babe Ruth moment.
But we all know Keon Coleman's personality, right?
Yes.
He's
Have you ever watched? Whenever they show him on the sidelines, he's never not talking. He's never not talking somebody's ear off, where you could tell. I don't even know if that person's listening to him anymore.
But it's just so funny to watch. You can feel the logic in his brain go I can't say.
Yeah.
You go there, go right there. All right, so you are 2-1 right now.
Dos dingos.
Dos
dingos.
Let's get to our 4th pick
With
from
a
Tommy.
T-Breeze blessing.
Shut up, CMF. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 9 or more?
They win.
Okay.
They win.
Bills win.
Yeah.
And do they win by 9 or more points?
I think they covered. Pat.
Okay, all right,
I do think
All
they
right, they
cover.
cover the 8.5.
I'm feeling really confident on this cover.
Okay, so
Because that would mean you really have to have control of this game.
Yeah.
9 points. That's a lot of points, yeah.
Because you could really push it then
Uh-huh.
to 10. 10 points.
You could do that.
Then when you're talking now you're in a whole nother genre of football.
Like what would that be?
Oh, that would be a Rocky Mountain blowout, baby.
Smoky Mountain.
Smoky Mountain, Rocky Mountain.
There's no the Rocky Mountains.
You're thinking of
What?
Rocky
Bristol
Top.
Mountain. It's going to be a Bristol Mountain blowout.
Give it to him
Damn, 3 in a row.
again,
Baby.
when that first half ended.
Oh, it was looking
I was
bleak.
cursing your name
I know.
so hard. So hard. And I just happened to be sitting in front of a listener of the show
Yeah.
who was also cursing your name so hard.
See, but relax.
Everybody hated you.
I said this was going to be a rocking chair, and it was a rocking chair. Second half, nothing.
No, rocking chair is
Yeah, I don't know
comfortable
about
the
that.
whole time.
Yeah.
No, I only rock in the second.
What do you
I only
you
rock
rock
in the
on a
second
toe
half.
for the
Yeah.
first couple of rocks and then you lean back and enjoy it? All right, so you are 3-1. You are one pick away
Crushola.
from the best week
yeah.
you've had all season.
Right.
So let's see if Tommy can pull it off because this was, according to our experts, the most feasible bonus pick you've had all year. Kimmy, let's give it to him. They'll be here.
Not so fast. Blowout, buddy.
Never see it coming.
Never see the blowout coming, buddy. So I say at the end of this game, based on my predictions,
Yeah.
this is a rocking chair bet. This is a rocking chair
Second time
with
I've heard
cake in your lap kind of a day. I think this will be the most lopsided win of the day. Will be the Bills.
Of the day.
Of the day.
Of all the games
all
going
the
on.
games of that day.
Okay.
This will be the most lopsided blowout of the day.
What are we in week 7?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I do want to keep in mind
Now, do keep in mind, yes.
that
Let's do our calculations, sir.
the New England Patriots traveled to London to play the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, Jacksonville's bad.
Two suck-ass teams.
Jacksonville's been in.
You sucking butt in London.
What are the worst Warren Zevon songs of all time? Sucking butt, London.
Little old lady got mutilated last night.
Okay. So your bonus pick is that the widest margin of victory is the Bills over the Titans on Sunday.
Yes, I do.
Okay. It turns out we found out on Friday later
Yeah.
that wasn't even the best song involving that
Oh, what
from the
was it?
70s. What was that Bee Gees hit? Butt sucking?
Butt sucking that butt.
24 points is a lot of points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of points.
It
What
is.
margin of victory?
That's like a college game.
But it wasn't the highest.
It was.
First of all, the Eagles won by 25 over the Giants yesterday. Sidebar, former Bills offensive coordinator, current Giants head coach Brian Daboll is in trouble.
He's got to be on
He's
the
in
hot
trouble.
seat at this
He's
point.
in trouble.
You're
Yeah.
going to jet him out?
Yeah, I would think so. But the winner Sunday for the widest margin of victory goes to the
Nobody came close.
Yep, Washington Commanders, who trounced the Carolina Panthers 40-7.
Yikes.
33-point win. 33-point win.
I was close, though.
There were a ton of blowouts yesterday.
Well, the Bills were what, the third?
Yeah, I think they were the
Third
third.
highest,
Yeah.
yeah.
But like Jacksonville won big over
Yeah.
New England in Europe, which again, tell me that trip to London doesn't F with you.
I don't get. Well, they need to fix something with these kids.
Okay.
Give them some power bars on a flight.
Last night, the Jets get blown out 37-15 by the Pittsburgh Steelers. At Devontae Adams trade and firing your head coach. Master stroke by the Jets. Yeah, it was one of those weird weeks where you had 5-6 blowout games.
Oh, and I saw one coming.
3-2.
All right.
It's your best
I
week
get
you've had in a
predictions.
month.
Pretty
Good
good.
predictions all the way around. I was close on the first one, and I did say it would be a blowout, and it was a hell of a blowout. You guys all thought I was crazy
Yeah.
for saying
No,
that.
you
And it
did.
was one of the biggest blowouts of the day.
No,
also
the
said
po-
that.
it was 9.5. No, it was the
Bing, bing, bing,
third
bing,
biggest
bing.
blowout of the week. That's not even close to the
I'm like
biggest
Mr.
blowout.
Vegas right now.
All right, we will recap all of this Bills game with our good buddy from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham, a man running around in his swishy pants with a camera on the sideline yesterday. Hot takes, Chesty. Please keep your voice down. Dan Fates joins us just after 9 o'clock on a post-game Victory Monday here in the break room on CMF. So, Kimmy, are you sensing what I'm sensing today?
What's that?
You're not Kimmy.
What are you referring to?
What do you sense?
So he's awfully aggressive today.
I
And
mean,
if-
aggressive.
You walked in feeling very confident, yes.
I brought you coffee.
I know.
no, she's been no. Did you notice something? Yeah, because she got coffee. Tommy, if you listen to this show, hates conflict. Yet he wants people to know when he's mad. He's one of the most passive-aggressive people I've ever met in my life.
It's a God-given talent, I guess.
And
It's very subtle.
And I figured
it's there.
Well, I figured it out
Oh,
based
what'd you
on some
figure out?
comments that he made.
Psychology Today, mastermind.
Well, because I went to the Bills game.
Yeah, you
yesterday.
have a good time?
Yep, yeah, I did have a good
Yeah.
time. Up there it is. I knew
You have a good time?
I knew it. Because Kimmy pointed something out to me on Friday, and I was like, nah, it's not that big a deal.
Well, I didn't think much of it in the moment either, because we know how this room works. But then after it was all said and done, I was like, it is a little strange that you didn't acknowledge it.
He wouldn't have gone. You wouldn't have gone.
Yeah, but this is like the most odd coupled choice.
Oh, is that what it is? You're being replaced?
That's what it is.
You know I'm right.
Sakes, man.
Huh?
It's who you pick.
It's the odd couple.
You wouldn't have gone. You didn't want to go.
I still should have been, the decent thing to do would have been what you didn't do.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Well, it's not even a question of having to ask you because, like, based on everything you've ever said throughout our friendship, you would not have wanted to go.
What about courtesy?
For what? Why?
What is this?
So
This thing of ours.
Just to be clear, even though I am confident this would not work and you would want no part of it, even though I've known you for over 2 decades, have to clear this with you?
It's not clear, but
no, that's what it sounds like.
It's just a common courtesy. You extend, I extend. It doesn't go anywhere, but at least we did the common courtesy of exchange.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We got to back this up because Tommy has been weird today.
Oh, weird.
Very passive aggressive.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay.
You're a little off.
So we have to back this up to last week. I got my Bill season tickets, right, and went to the game yesterday.
Yeah.
And we've talked about on the show, I'm a little bit neurotic about Bills games.
You have a very short list of people that you're willing to not only tailgate with, but go into the game with.
There are 5 people in the world I can watch a football game with at the stadium. My brother, who was already going to the game. My buddy Jimmy, who was already going to the game. My wife, who wanted to go to my daughter's hockey game, which I totally understand. Fine, okay. Kimmy, who I asked and was like,
the list.
I don't want to leave my husband behind. He's off that day.
Well, yeah.
Right.
And then Kimmy's husband, who I then tried to call, but Kimmy said if I called him, she would be upset with me because she didn't want to leave him behind, so he couldn't do that. So I'm out of people to go with.
Right.
And because of that...
So you blew through your 5 fingers.
Yes. And I was debating going by myself.
Right.
And I was talking about this not only at home, but here at work. Bless you, Kimmy.
Plus, I said too.
Thank you.
And I said it in front of one of our coworkers down the hall. Hope, she works on the country station.
Yeah.
She's worked with us for a couple of months now. Really sweet kid.
But she's not a baller.
Yeah.
What is,
She don't know
she's a
nothing
fan.
about balling.
okay. No, that's just it. She doesn't watch football at all.
No, she's an ignorant child.
But when I said, like, to Kimmy and was talking about it in front of her, she goes, I'll go. And I was like, what? She's like, I'll go.
Yeah.
And the reason I can't go with anybody else is I don't want to get in a football argument with that person.
Okay. So you
Because-
eliminate that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, like, I thought it would be fun to, like, watch somebody experience, like, this experience for the first time. It's like seeing it through, like, new eyes again.
Okay.
And she's a really nice kid.
She's a sweetheart of a kid, but not anybody I could see going to a Bills game.
No, but we've
She ain't
spent
that
enough
type.
spent enough time with her at this point to know that we all get along. We could hang out with her outside of this room.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, sure, let's give this a shot. So I went to the game with her yesterday. It was great. But on Friday, Kimmy, while Tommy was out of the room, you pointed something out to me.
What's that?
Well, I was thinking, because we were talking about this out loud, and you were kind of saying, trying to find somebody to go with the game.
You were getting
go
a
to
little
the game with.
desperate.
Yeah. Very
And
desperate.
you did ask me in front of Tommy, and you brought up the other people you asked in front of Tommy, but you never asked Tommy.
Not even an inkling. An ink with a
Even though
link.
you kind of knew his answer was no.
You extend the thought.
I was a little
courtesy.
surprised you didn't even say, well, you don't even want to go anyways,
Didn't
right?
even get that. Didn't even get a thought. Like, you went through your
but
5
you weren't
fingers.
Even a thought.
I should be the 6th finger.
Why?
I should be like this guy over here, like that.
Okay.
I should be that guy. See that 6th finger? That should be me, not Hope. Hope is not the 6th finger. Okay?
In Pat's defense, though, you have
No
talked
finger
about
for Hope.
You have talked about how much you do not enjoy the atmosphere at Bills games.
No, it's too much jackassery.
So to his point, why would he ask you?
Because I'll tell you why. First of all, I'd be fun on the way up because we'd have a lot of fun joking.
Yeah,
around.
absolutely. Sure.
And we'd have fun on the way back.
Yeah.
And
What about all the in between?
Well, first of all, I can drink my damn face off. You know that's right. Look at his face. His face don't come standard. You got to drink it. I drank this look.
It's almost off. Yeah.
I drank this look, son.
But you don't drink
Hope
beer.
don't. No, but I drink beer. I drank, but I'll drink with it. What did Hope have yesterday?
I had to go get her high noons. That's what
High
I went and
noon.
got.
It's a soda water, man. It ain't even drinking.
It's straight vodka, isn't it?
I
No,
think
it ain't
is.
straight vodka.
It's a lot of vodka. I had to go to the liquor store to buy
Yeah.
it. Thumbs down for the old man.
It's girl drink.
Okay, so let me just...
Hope and a girl drink.
Okay.
At the
Well, that's
Bills
what
game.
but she's still having a good time, right?
She had a blast. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. All right, so let me ask you this question. Then. And the phone number is
I'm way more fun than Hope.
phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. Would you have gone to the game?
No.
So shut up! Are you seriously
But
mad?
I would have just said, no, bro, I appreciate it, but I want you to go have fun.
Okay.
You just wanted to be asked
Thank
so
you.
you could say no.
How about a little attention? How about just a little courtesy?
A little attention. I look you in the face and talk to you for 4 hours every single day. Is that not enough attention?
Apparently not.
Okay. Is this a generational thing? 252 WCMF.
What? Courtesy, decorum, couth?
Look, man.
Yes.
I knew
yes,
you didn't.
Yes.
I knew you didn't want to go. All you do every time going to a Bills game comes up on this show is crap all over every Bills game you've ever been to. You hate it. Why? Amateur hour drinking. So why, if I knew you were going to say no, would I ask you? It's not like we're new coworkers, right? Like I've known you over 20 years. I know you don't want to go.
Right.
We've known each other long enough where I don't have to ask you.
Apparently you do.
No,
Were you honestly surprised that he didn't consider you?
A little bit. It was painful.
Mm-hmm.
It really threw off my whole weekend.
Okay.
I couldn't digest a decent meal all weekend. Thinking about Hope sitting in my seat.
Would you watch Goodfellas instead of going to the game? Is that what you did? Like, okay, did you even have Sunday free? Could you have gone?
No, I had Bill Grace.
Yeah, you were working, you idiot, which I was saying out loud into a microphone.
Also that.
This is the weirdest thing, and I don't think Tommy's the only guy his age that do this. Like, I don't want to go.
You want to be included in the plans, but you don't want to go.
Right.
Actually,
Give me the out. Give me the courtesy
plans.
of coming with the out.
No, but here's what's even funnier, Kimmy, about that generation, and I've seen my dad do this. Maybe you've seen your dad do this. They want the courtesy of being asked, right? And if you don't ask, they'll be super butthurt. But if you do ask, they'll insult everything you're
Why
going
would I
to
want to do that?
It's stupid. I don't want to do that. You're dumb. It's ugly. Oh, you So my options are to either not ask you and have you be a little bitch this morning.
Be butthurt.
Okay. Or
my buttocks.
to ask you and then have to spend 30 minutes hearing about how my ideas suck. That day's going to suck. You're dumb. I don't want to hang out with you there.
Yeah, and you robbed me of all that.
Okay.
All of that. You take that all away from me. What do I have left in my life, my old age?
Okay.
But to mockery.
You also don't seem like an easygoing person when it comes to like a tailgate atmosphere. Like I'd be worried if I was pet. Like what kind of food does Tommy want to eat? Because like
standard man food.
And who are you going to
vegetable tray.
Bring him around where he's not going to get annoyed with everybody?
You'd hate all of my friends that were there yesterday.
All your friends were annoying, man.
So shut up then. You couldn't hang out with Jimmy, drunken Ryan, my brother.
Yeah, I like Ryan here. I don't know if I like Ryan in a parking lot.
Parking lot Ryan.
Yeah, I don't think I like parking lot. Jimmy, I don't like. Who else was there?
I don't think anyone else you'd know.
I probably don't like him, though.
252 WCMF. I have 5 people in the world I can go to a Bills game with. All 5 of them are already going to the game or wouldn't go with me, Kimmy. So Hope, who works down the hall in the country station, she had never really...
Did she fit in?
She
didn't judge everybody he was with.
She fit in great. It was a blast. Like, she was, like, watching the game and, like,
make you
learning
laugh?
things.
Did she make you laugh?
She did, actually.
What did she mock?
This is like...
Well, I can't really say because you're sitting right in front of me.
This is like an ex wanting to know about your ex's new girlfriend.
Are you jealous?
What is she
Was she
like?
lighting me up?
Is she funnier than me?
No, she wasn't.
Does she like the same things I like?
You're not really jealous.
I am now.
Kimmy, if anyone's going to be jealous, it should be Kimmy. I mean, I've known Kimmy less, not as much time.
I did want to go to the game, but
I get Kimmy going. I understand that. But now we're just looking. Now you're just looking for people in general.
I wasn't planning on asking her. It just came up.
So you would rather he went by himself than he asked somebody else?
She wouldn't even be my. So he went down the hall, right?
Yeah.
All right. She wouldn't even. She would not have been my first pick in that room.
Why would you have picked?
Why? Who?
If I went down to Country Station, I look at those 3 people.
Sure.
I ain't picking the Hope girl with the flower, the daisies, and the piece this and that.
Who are you picking?
Eat more vegetables.
Who are you picking?
Yeah.
I think I'm going with a man's man.
Bo?
A name that's synonymous with football. Mr. Auburn, right?
Yeah, he went to Auburn.
Bo Jackson.
Okay, yeah, no, Bo's great. I like Bo
You got
a
a
lot.
Bo Jackson.
No, I like Bo.
Bo
but
Jackson or Hope. Hi, Hope. Hi, go Bills. Go Bills.
She's a peacock all of a sudden?
Hope.
No, I like Bo just fine, but like I'm neurotic about watching games. I don't think he's like a diehard Bills
He's a
fan.
straight up whiskey drinking,
So
chewing
you'd be
tobacco, bare knuckle kind of guy, man. Or Hope.
You'd be less bothered if he picked somebody who you feel like fit the football scene
Yes.
better.
A burly man.
Okay, can I?
Big squatty man.
I do want to point out.
What?
that you and Hope have way more things in common.
Yes, you do.
Than you and Bo.
Like what?
Even people you know from back in the
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, you have history.
Do Hope and I have in common?
Like, bro,
As a man.
you and Hope are the same person.
Maybe that's why I hate her.
Okay.
And I don't hate her.
I love when you say that. Maybe that's why I hate her. I don't hate her, guys.
I don't hate her.
Guys, I don't hate her, except I hate her.
I always say she's a great kid.
She is a great
She's a
kid.
sweeher.
I got to know her more
Just
yesterday.
don't take
She's
her to a
awesome.
football game, otherwise Tommy's gonna get jealous.
But I know enough of Hope now. I'm done with Hope. Like
You
I'm
got enough of Hope.
I think she's been done with you though.
no, I'm full of hope. I'm done with the hope. And after this, forget about it. There is no hope.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Took Hope from down the hall to the Bills game. I have 5 people I can go with. All 5 of
She
them.
added another.
Well, yeah, because she didn't know anything about football,
Yeah.
and I thought, well, like all the things that I would be bothered by, and I did have to like give her a preface up front. I had to ask her questions about herself, and then on the way down,
She had to go through an interview
She
first.
did. I did have to interview, and then I also then had to like warn her on the way down. Like I'm very neurotic. I'm going to talk to myself during the game. I sway. It's a very Rain Man situation,
Yeah.
so don't be alarmed. And nothing was uncomfortable. Like okay, there was one uncomfortable moment.
Whatever.
So she's Gen Z, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
The girl's in her 20s, right?
yeah. The girl's in her 20s.
Miss High Noon.
So she's big on TikTok. Like
Okay.
that's like her thing.
Yeah.
So she goes, "Can I ask you one favor?" Yeah, no problem. She goes, "Can we shoot a TikTok in the stadium?"
Okay.
And I'm like, "Okay."
So you're going to be in this.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the TikTok. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna do it with her. Fine. And then she's like, "Oh, can you just film me real quick?" And she's like dancing to this song that was part of the TikTok.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting down, and she's standing up, and I'm filming her like dancing.
Yeah.
All right.
And in that moment, despite the fact that she asked me to do this, I have never felt like more of a creep in my life.
What, middle-aged man filming young girl dancing on TikTok?
Yeah,
Seems pretty common to me.
The age gap is just
God,
outside the this is a weird thing to do.
Like
zone.
even
And
so,
something that wouldn't have happened if you asked me to go.
we can't guarantee that.
That's true.
No, like it was so uncomfortable. I go down. I go, listen, please don't ever ask.
If she's
me to do
dancing
anything."
on your film, yeah, that's
It was very, very.
yeah, that's
strange.
very creepy.
All right, so Kimmy, do you agree? Are you with Tommy that you have to ask everybody else when you're making plans in
Well,
front of people? Even if you know they want no part of it?
Maybe you should just throw it out there so they can say no to your
I would do it
face.
to you because if I had something that I know if you didn't
Next
like
time,
it,
now that we know you're bothered,
I would have thrown you just the courtesy ask.
No, I hear you, man. I hear you.
I would think like he's showing you more respect by just not asking you because he knows you that well that he
Yes.
already knows your answer.
yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Like you're such a good friend that he didn't even think twice about asking you because he just figured, why would I bother Tommy with that?
You're such a good friend. I don't even think about you.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because, like, there are little things like a football game that you shouldn't invite people.
Right.
Right. Should not.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Not consequential.
That non-consequential or consequential. Either one.
Consequential. Hey, look who's here. The grammar police.
It's
Once
called
again.
words. It's not
called
grammar.
words.
It's called
you can't
pronouncing
have
an actual
grammar
word.
without words.
Then there are like big things, Kimmy. Like you would never imagine inviting someone to in front of someone else or talking about,
Oh,
like
like?
a wedding.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Kimmy, you want to
Yeah.
catch up the new listeners possibly to what happened 10 years ago?
Oh, yeah. Was it 10 years ago? Probably
A little
now.
less, yeah.
We're coming up on that anniversary,
Yeah.
aren't we?
Yeah,
I guess I won't be celebrating though because I wasn't invited to the wedding that you
right.
brought up multiple times in this room.
On the air, off the
On
air.
the air, off the air.
Hold the
in front of me.
phone.
I'm pretty sure you gave Pat his invitation in front of me.
On mic. On mic.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So I was getting married.
Yeah.
And you had just started on the show.
She had been here for like 2 years.
Yeah. I'd
No,
say
she
I was,
wasn't
No,
every-
I was a solid like
Oh,
2 years in
yeah,
at that point.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hey, I listen, man. I'm old. A lot of old people. I didn't think you would be interested in going, so I
So you're
gave
doing
you the
me a
pass.
favor, right?
You didn't know anybody there.
That's interesting you make that
And I can't
argument.
have your husband coming in and speed eating through all the hors d'oeuvres like locusts when I've got old people trying to get up there and trying to chew their food. And there was not a dietary needs.
I don't know if you're trying to make me feel better right now.
You want to go to my nursing home wedding?
I mean, it would have been nice to be included.
I mean, she could have said no. You should have asked her. You should have asked her.
I didn't even get a you don't even want to go, right? Nothing like that.
He
It was just
reveled
a
in the
straight
fact
up,
that he didn't invite you and
Yeah.
kept talking
Hold on,
about
hold
it.
on.
Whoa.
You know what she did?
What?
Because she could have won up me. She could have double classed my ass.
Yeah.
Even though I did invite her, and I did it because I didn't think she'd want to go.
Oh, sure.
If she would have pulled the class move was give me a gift anyway, even though she wasn't invited. Like, that would have been in my face.
Why would I have done that?
Because you would be the bigger person.
Because I want a gift? What? How would that be? Why do I have to be the bigger person?
If you would have thrown me $100, even though you weren't invited, it would have been a class move on you and made me look bad.
Okay. You look bad without it. You already look bad.
I'll take the 100 now if you got it. Because I'm short this week bad.
Okay, now I feel less bad about what happened.
Oh, dear. Well, don't ever ask me, because I'm not doing nothing.
Do you want to go to the Dolphins game?
No, I'm not going to that. That's the game I went to last time where everybody got arrested.
Here we go again.
Oh, my God. They had to bring an officer incognito in to drag that chick out. We wouldn't shut up. I can still hear her in my thoughts.
Speaking of not shutting up, let's take a break.
All right.
If you're going to steal this, you have to have a plan.
All right.
And plan number 1 would be don't use it in town.
Oh.
Seems like you might have failed plan number 1.
Damn.
If the accusation is true, we'll get to the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. If you're going to try and steal something,
Yeah.
you got to be smart about it.
All right.
Using that stolen thing cannot happen in the place you took it. And although we don't have many details in this story, if the allegations are true, there may be a reason why this man we're going to tell you about has been arrested. Yeah. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How'd you like $5,000?
$5,000, give me.
Easy to win. Just download the Odyssey app. Listen to WCMF for a minimum of an hour a day. But that flies by.
Yeah.
It's like a blink because we're so brilliant, right? Then, that's your daily entry. One person will be chosen to this national contest every single day to win $5,000.
$5,000, hope.
Yeah, there's hope that you could win
Yeah,
$5,000.
that's what I didn't mean to mean.
Download the Odyssey app. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. You know where we haven't been in a while?
Where's that?
Seneca Falls.
Oh, yeah.
That's where we find a man who is in some trouble this morning.
What happened?
Police say this man was arrested after they discovered a stolen bike at his home.
A bicycle or motorcycle?
Bicycle, like pedal with your feet.
Gotcha.
This came after an investigation into said stolen bike. He has been arrested, charged with criminal possession of stolen property. He has a court date coming up. So if the allegations are true, and by the way, he's not facing charges yet for stealing the bike, just for possessing it.
Right.
But in a hypothetical situation, if you steal a bike in a tiny town
Yeah.
and you use that bike,
Yeah.
what are you doing, bro?
You dumb.
Seneca Falls is an itty-bitty town.
Oh, yeah. How many bikes are in that town?
7 bikes.
Yeah.
We looked it up. No, Kimmy, can you Google the population of Seneca Falls, please? Thank you so much.
It's got to be a C here.
Like, you can drive through the whole town of Seneca Falls in 5 minutes.
Take it all in.
So if you're
Quaint.
gonna steal a bike
Yeah.
from someone in Seneca Falls, the only place in the world you could not use that bike is Seneca Falls.
Yeah, you'd have to pedal it out of town.
It would actually be easier to steal a coworker's shirt and wear it to work the next day because that coworker would at least have to question if you shop at the same store he does, right? Like, even if they had a hole in that shirt, you'd be like, what, did he tear a hole in the same shirt that I put? Right? There's no way you are not getting caught if you steal a small town bike and then ride that bike around that town.
Yeah, you're cold busted.
Give me population of Seneca Falls.
So the estimate last year was just under 9,000.
It's actually higher than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it was about 8,800
But it's still not a lot of people,
and some
though.
change.
I mean,
But how many bikes do you think exist in 9,000 people?
it would have to be an adult bicycles.
That's what we think.
Not little kitty bikes.
So let's say 9,000 people, a third of them are adults. Is that
Right.
fair? All right. So let's go with 2/3. I'm sorry, 6,000 people.
Okay.
All right, and of those 6, how many are like regular adult bike riders?
Well, you wouldn't have to be that. You would just have to own a
Yeah.
bike.
Well, it means you made the purchase. It means
You're
you're a biker.
So is it possible there's 2,000 bikes in Seneca Falls?
way.
Wait, I'm telling.
But
bro.
that's like Amsterdam number
No, it's
or like
not.
Beijing.
No.
because again, it's not like everybody's out on their bikes all the time.
Bro,
all
you
at
probably
once.
got less than 1,000 bicycles
No.
in that. Adult
You
bicycles.
took less than 1,000 bikes for there
Adult.
being about
No.
9,000 people.
That's about the right
one in
dispersal.
9, or one in.
The right dispersal. We're basing this on nothing. All right. If we have 6,000 adults, let's go with 6,000 adults we're estimating, right?
Yeah.
2,000 bikes, that's 1/3. 1 in 3 people owning a bicycle as an adult is not out of the question. Kimmy, can we get a Google how many American adults own a bicycle?
Adult bike.
Yeah, that would be American adults, you idiot.
It's low. Look how fat we are.
Everybody's on bikes now, man.
Bro, not everybody.
All right, I own a bicycle. Do you own a bicycle?
I've never owned an adult bicycle.
Okay, Kimmy, do you own a bicycle?
I do not, but my husband does.
So 1 in 3
That
adults.
I gotta see.
What?
Dancing bear on a bicycle.
1 in 3 adults in the break room own a bicycle. Kimmy?
So according to, I'm not sure what the source is.
Sure.
But the first thing that pops up is it says approximately 50% of American adults own a bicycle.
That is ass wrong.
This
Ass
means
wrong.
roughly
Ass on a bike
half
wrong.
of the adult population in the U.S. has access to a bike.
Man, when we ain't using them,
Yeah, we are.
bro, we'd be slammed in the streets with bikes.
We'd be slammed in the streets. Well, yeah, we're also, I mean, like,
We're too fat to pedal.
oh, for God's sakes, you're not fat. You don't own a bike.
Don't need one. Naturally fit.
Is that what it is? I've seen you fat. No, you're not. You eat fennel every day, and you got push-up day and squat day. And
Squat days with your
sit-up
mama.
day.
Squat, squat, squat.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about a man who was arrested for possession of stolen property. He had a bike in Seneca Falls. Police got that after an investigation, and we're trying to figure out if he was the one who stole the bike.
Yeah.
Did you steal a bike from Seneca Falls and ride it around Seneca Falls and think you wouldn't get caught?
And I wonder if it was like a unique bicycle. Like it had something that stood out too. because I know a guy that bought a Hut bicycle, and when we were on the old show, and he knew it was stolen.
Okay.
But it was a really unique bicycle
Why?
that you just knew you were going to get busted. It was those bicycles where you pump the handlebars to drive. How many of those do you think are in
that's
Rochester? Not many.
Wait, he bought it knowing it was stolen?
Knowing it was stolen, and a unique-looking bike. This technology was new where you pump the handlebars, and that's how you pedal to get like your upper body. And he's pedaling it around the parking lot, and we're all laughing our ass off going, bro, you're going to get busted.
And did he?
Did he?
Yes.
Do you
I
not
don't
have an
believe
idea?
you.
Did he actually get busted?
Do you know?
Yes, he got busted.
I think he got busted.
I know
You
he
don't-
got busted.
Yeah, you do.
I can't ask him.
Yeah, because I'm guessing most
He's
people.
no longer here.
We got it. Why do you always
I know,
make
I
every
know.
story the most depressing story at the end?
Not bad.
I also know a lot of people who bike regularly. They always have some kind of addition. They always make some kind of tweak
That
to
sticks
the bike.
out.
Yeah. Whether it's a basket to carry stuff or like.
And how bad are you going, man? Stealing a goddamn bicycle.
Well, I mean, look, man, I don't know. Like, people steal bikes all the time. It's got to be
But
one
it's
of
usually
the...
like kids or like something like that.
No, I mean, look, again, you underestimate how expensive bikes have gotten. We've talked about this in the past.
Remember, was it like during the pandemic too? It was tough to come by. Like it was.
Yeah, but that's
people
over.
were having a hard time finding like new bikes to buy.
No, but it's bike technology that's come so far. Like, in all sincerity, like...
Do you think they got like some high-end bike out in Seneca Falls?
Yeah, of course they do, man. I mean, it's a very crunchy granola town.
Yeah, but I
Seneca
would think
Falls.
country guy is going to do like more of a country bicycle.
No, but it's
I
like...
don't know. If things are like quaint and walkable,
Yeah.
you might have more bikes around.
But you think it's going to be a nice bike?
I would think so. Like, there are like bike shops you can go to where you're going to spend anywhere between $1,000 and $10,000 on a bike.
You're insane.
And then even at Walmart and Target now, like an
They
adult
went up?
bike, they can run you $250 to $350 each. There ain't like the $99 bikes anymore.
Jesus Christ.
It's not a. You make it sound like a disaster movie.
What an
Jesus
effing
Christ,
racket.
the asteroid's coming. Oh my God, bikes are $100.
2 G's for a bike.
Yeah, I mean it's an investment.
And what?
Your body?
Your body?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're
You ain't going to use it, bro.
bro, you know more than anybody,
Yeah.
especially in Pittsburgh.
I do see
you
the
have these
bikes.
You're in
gangs
bicycle town.
of bicyclists.
But that's, you got to be like one of those high-end like Mike Catalana. Goddamn millionaire bicycle.
Got to have the gear to go along with it.
Oh, he's got the big gear, and you can see it through his shorts.
Okay, how many other men's penises are we going to have talked about into a microphone this week?
I don't know. What are we up to so far?
I think 2.
All right.
252 WCMF. All right, let me ask you this question. With this man in Seneca Falls arrested for possession of stolen property with a bike that police say they found on him, how much would a stolen bike have to be worth where you'd understand why someone reported it stolen? Because you have this weird thing where you will only call the cops for things you think matter. Right? Not for an actual crime being committed.
Right.
So if that bike that was stolen was worth $300,
Nah, I ain't calling it God. Raggedy-ass kid bike. Probably got to have wobbly chain on it.
no, my bike was like $250 when I got it a couple years ago,
Yeah.
and I would call the cops if somebody swiped it.
That's you.
Okay, what's
You're
the
always looking for a reason to turn people in. I'm not busted. I'm going to make the cops come out. What does it look like? It's a bicycle. What do you think it's worth? $200.
Yeah, but it's
Hey,
my
we'll get to you Tuesday.
but it's my bicycle.
Oh, for God's sake.
You should report crimes in
I
your
feel
neighborhood.
violated. They stole my bicycle.
You should also report crimes in your neighborhood so they know that there's crime happening.
Yeah.
They already know crime's happening.
Oh my God. Not if you don't tell them they
They
don't.
got the radios
How do you think they find out through the radio?
from other cops.
When I call
And
them.
narcs.
Okay.
And narcs. I'm not a narc.
So what's the minimum price where you would understand someone called for a stolen bicycle?
Okay. In my household, it's probably $500.
Okay.
But in my world, it's $1,000.
$1,000.
So, like, if I had a $500 bike and it got ripped off,
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't call. I would just chalk it up to, you idiot, you got your bike stolen.
Okay.
My wife is going to insist I call the cops.
Okay.
So I would be calling the cops
at 500.
under duress,
But
under wife point.
If you were living alone, $850 bike, you just let that walk.
I probably would.
Can I follow?
No, wait, no, I said 500.
No, you said
Up
500.
to
Your wife,
1,000?
you 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000. I think.
I love. He makes his own point, and I got to explain it back.
Well,
to him.
I wasn't thinking straight.
Yeah, no kidding.
Would you be more likely to call if you'd ever, because my husband had his bike stolen when we were living over on Park Ave. Somebody cut the chain.
Oh.
But all he had to do was file like a report over the phone. Like he never actually, like they never had to like come over and take a report or anything. Like it was a pretty easy process of just reporting it.
Oh.
Not that he got it back or anything, but I think like knowing that the cops maybe aren't going to show up at your house, is that why you're also hesitant to call?
Yeah, because they're not going to break out the SWAT team over some stupid bicycle.
Right. So
they
maybe
got
just like
murders
making
and
the
stuff.
phone call wouldn't be too bad.
And you're never going to get it back, man.
Again,
I don't know,
sometimes
maybe.
it's not
I
about
don't
getting
know.
it back. It's just letting them know like things are happening here. So if there is a pattern, the police can do their job.
I don't like to bother them.
Do you not know how crime and all that, like, stopping crime works?
Yes, I know how it works.
Apparently you don't.
People do bad things and the cops bust them.
252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently as we ramble. Again, we're talking about this man who was arrested for possession of stolen property after police say they found a bike that had been taken on his property in Seneca Falls. And he's not being charged with taking the bike, right? But, I mean, if he did you ride a bike around Seneca Falls that you stole in Seneca Falls?
Yeah.
Let's talk to Brendan. Hey, Brendan, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Brendan, what up?
Well, I'm actually out here in Seneca Falls doing a job right now,
All right.
and there are people on bikes all day, every day.
That's weird.
Big
'cause
bike town.
I heard there were only 7 bikes in the whole town.
So where are these adults going in Seneca Falls on their bicycle?
Work, maybe?
I don't know. We got Seneca, the Seneca River's right here.
All right, Brendan, your phone's killing me, buddy. I got to let you go, but thank you for the call. I appreciate you. From Brendan's eyes.
Bikes
in Seneca
everywhere.
Falls.
All are slammed.
So, I mean, the
That makes sense.
The more quaint
Yeah.
the town,
Yeah.
Kimmy, the more bikes you're going to
But
see.
I always figured those people like those out of town like Tour de France jerks that take like these 100-mile bike trips, not like locals.
You think it's people rolling through
Yeah.
on their bikes?
No, we know people that do long distance biking.
Yes, but it's not. You don't see groups of people.
Local yokel biker
Okay.
in the country
Okay.
in your little pedal pants.
Let's take a break. The man who sits across from me is
Yeah.
not. You're not the biggest sports fan in the world.
I'm a casual fan.
Yeah, which is
I
fine.
mean, I know what I know.
Sure. Like you'll watch Bills games because
Yeah.
the Bills locally.
Yeah.
But you're not going to sit down for like an entire baseball game.
Impossible.
Okay, except maybe now.
I know.
But like, what's weird to me is the reasons you will watch.
And I know.
Like, because here's the thing: there can be people, Kimmy, drawn into sporting events based on outside drama. A person that's made international news.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know,
Celebrity.
Taylor Swift, Jason, or Travis Kelce thing that we saw. That makes sense, right? Someone like Caitlin Clark, the basketball player in the WNBA. You want to see what that's all about?
Yeah,
because
what
you
all
heard-
the buzz is.
Okay,
Yeah.
absolutely. The reason why Tommy will be watching the World Series
Yeah.
might be the stupidest reason
Okay.
why someone sits down and watches a sporting
I
event.
know.
And we'll get into it. Because this place is a dump. It's a literal dump.
But it doesn't come across on television.
Are you sure?
No, when they show you those shots, it looks so amazing.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We got our good buddy from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham. He was roaming the sidelines in his swishy pants yesterday.
Oh, yeah, your boy.
That's right. Our good buddy Dan, hot takes, chesty, keep it down over there, Fates. Tries to make sense of what this team is, because we talked about before the season, it would take 7 weeks to figure out what this team is. Well, we're at 7 weeks. And after yesterday,
All right.
I have no idea.
Okay.
So we'll get into that with Dan. But before we get there, the Bills game wasn't the only sports thing this weekend. In fact, it was jam-packed.
Yeah, you were saying.
Number one, Texas goes down.
Yeah.
Alabama goes down in college football. You had football all Sunday. You got a doubleheader Monday Night Football tonight. And, oh, by the way, we have pennant winners in both the AL and NL over the weekend. The Yankees and Dodgers will face off in the World Series starting this week.
Coast to coast.
Oh, yeah.
It is a dream for Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
You have two premier franchises, coast to coast, as you said.
Yeah.
Big deal.
Wait, when was the last time they met in the World Series? The 70s?
God, it might have even been before that.
No, I know they met in the 70s.
In the Dodgers?
The Dodgers and the Yankees played in the World Series in the 70s.
Okay, gee, calm down.
Well, because it was that way, because Linda Ronstadt got out and sang the national anthem and the Dodger
Jagged.
The last time the Yankees played the Dodgers in the World Series was 1981.
81, okay.
That's what I said, 1970.
1970, 81.
Yeah.
But you also have two of the biggest stars in baseball, Aaron Judge in his pinstripe, Shohei Ohtani in L.A., who might be the greatest baseball player to ever live. Have you been watching what he's doing?
The Japanese guy.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Well, it's been fun because I don't think most people ever get to watch that guy play.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
But he's a big dude that can steal bases.
He can pitch, he can hit, he's fast. By the way,
when's the last time you saw a big dude steal? Those guys were always little.
Yeah, the guy's nuts. And you're right, Kimmy. I haven't had a chance to watch him like a full.
Like I've seen highlights, but to your point, like I don't know if I've really ever sat down to watch games that he's been playing in.
And I don't think he can speak any English, right? I think he has to have an interpreter the whole time.
Well, that's what got him in trouble with all his money. But no, I guess he's getting better according to reports. I guess it takes time. But what I'm getting at is there's a lot to love about this series. Every angle you want is covered. You're going to have casual to non-baseball fans tuning in because of the major cities. And you'll be watching, Kimmy?
Yeah, I'll be watching for sure.
I'll be watching?
It's great to have something on football's off days, too.
Yeah.
And Tommy will be watching, too.
Absolutely.
But not for any of the reasons we just named.
But I'm a huge fan.
Of?
Dodger Stadium. I don't know why, but that stadium looks so cool when they show it on television. And I've watched a lot of movies and things on Netflix where they use Dodger Stadium as the backdrop or prop in some of the segments. And it just looks so damn cool. Like those aerial shots.
The aerial shots look cool when the
like,
city's in the background. But the stadium itself isn't facing the city. It's facing away from the city. So you don't get that view when you're in the stadium.
Yeah, I've never been. I've never been to Los Angeles. But it looks so effing cool.
Okay. So you're going to watch the World Series for the stadium.
Yeah.
And not only are you going to watch for the stadium, arguably the dumpy. Now that they're out of Oakland, it is the dumpiest stadium.
So you said it's horrible.
It's a dump. Okay, I haven't been there in 18.
You've been there.
The last time I was there, like 12 years ago, maybe.
So you both have been to Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
You suck.
And I remember we had decent seats, but the paint was chipping off from the seats, and getting onto work. We were like, what is all this dust all over us? It was literally the paint chipping off the seat.
No, it's a dump. It's I'm telling you,
man. It looks so cool.
Look, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Driving into Chavez Ravine was cool. The ghosts of Dodger Stadium, being in there, you feel the history of it. But the stadium itself sucks.
I mean, they may have been making It might be one of those things where they keep putting a Band-Aid on things throughout the years. So they may have made some improvements since we were both there last.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure they have. But even when you watch the broadcast, because I've been watching the Mets-Dodgers series, which was a great series. That was fun for everybody. When the ball was sailing into the outfield, whether it was a home run, when you get to the seats, you can see what a dump it is. There's discoloration on, over the fence.
I thought it was supposed to look like that. It was what do they call that stressed look?
No, that's just how it looks. I don't get why a building is going to make you tune in.
I don't. I mean, listen, I'm going to get bored with it fast. But I know I at least got 4 innings.
He's the one that
over
waits.
The course of the World Series.
He's the one that waits for the commercial breaks just so they can see him zooming out of the stadium.
And when they come back,
and then they come back in.
It's weird for not being a sports fan how obsessed with stadiums you are, because you were fighting hard for the new Bills Stadium, despite Kimmy and I not wanting it.
Just so you could watch it on TV?
Yeah, you just wanted to see it on TV.
Right. I don't know. I mean, there's just certain stadiums that are just like Wrigley looks cool on TV.
Sure.
You appreciate the architecture.
Yeah, I guess. I also I always like when a stadium's in a city.
It does look cool.
It looks way cooler because like the Bills Stadium's man, and it's in the middle of nowhere.
I know, but here's
it's like the same thing with like Gillette Stadium.
Yeah.
Look, I agree with you, but here's the problem.
It's got no class.
If it was downtown and you went to a Bills game downtown, you
Dump.
bitch,
Yeah.
4 hours to get out of the parking lot. I don't feel safe walking
Not for
around.
me.
Had my arms on my purse the whole time.
Oh, a lot of sketch. I like sketchy on television.
Jeff writes us on Instagram. He says Fenway is worse than Dodger Stadium, in my opinion. I've never been to Fenway.
I've
You've
been to Fenway.
Yeah, but Fenway has that historical
It's Boston.
thing going. You almost want it to be
Yes.
kind
Grimy.
of old feeling. Yeah, I think that's something you're looking for when you go there.
You went to Fenway. Was it a dump?
I don't. It was so long ago. I don't remember. It was old.
Sure.
And I remember like the one thing I thought was funny
But
was
he's
there
so
was
old he went to it when it was nice.
yes, all the guys who had beards. And the one thing I noticed is that there was a lot of obstructed views there.
There are.
That people pay and knowing that they're going to have to like look around a pole just to watch this team, and they weren't even good then.
Well, that's your Saturday night, though, right?
What's that?
Paying to look around a pole. 252-WCMF, 252-9263, with the Yankees and the Dodgers winning their pennants, respectively, meeting in the World Series. There's a lot to love about this World Series. It may be the most exciting World Series of the last 25 years, and Tommy will only be watching because he thinks that Dodger Stadium is cool and the scene of Chavez Ravine. By the way, anyone that's been in Dodger Stadium also knows traffic getting out of there.
But it's LA.
Well, it's on a hill. You have like one way up and
Goes in a
one way
ravine.
down.
Well, no, you
Well, you go up.
Yeah, you go up
Yeah.
to go out.
Yeah.
Because it's in a ravine.
Yeah.
Because it's
you
like
have
dug
to
into the
I
ground.
remember like
right?
having to climb a hill
Yeah, it's dug into the
on
ground.
the way in.
But,
yeah.
like, they always make fun of LA sports fans for showing up in the 4th inning and leaving in the 7th inning.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. My old man, my brother, and I, my dad, we went out to LA. This is the bum trip we took where he
glommed.
He glommed onto my
mom's
mother's
side.
aunt.
Was it what he never met?
Yes, mother's great aunt. No, he met her one time before when he glommed onto her to take his buddies to the Super Bowl in Pasadena, the Bills' 3rd Super Bowl. He rented a convertible Chrysler Sebring.
To like tool around LA? I love LA.
That song played so many times in that damn Sebring. So we're in a convertible Chrysler Sebring.
3 big boys.
It's not the best neighborhood in LA. At least it wasn't when we were there.
It's South Central in that area.
Yeah. We're driving through there in an open Chrysler Sebring, stuck in traffic with absolutely nowhere to go. All right, check us out, man. Look at those mountains. Look at those trees. Look at that man. Oh, my God, what's he doing? 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. So I don't know why someone said that the Fenway Park was a bad baseball park to go to. I'm not really a baseball fan, but my wife loves the Red Sox. So we went on our honeymoon, and I thought it was an amazing ballpark.
Well, you're a big spender taking your wife to the ball game for your honeymoon. What was that, a 6-hour drive?
We went to Maine, stayed in Maine, but we were 3 hours
Stop
outside
bragging,
of Boston.
man. Wait, you took in 2 states on your honeymoon?
What? That's a nice honeymoon.
I know.
Maine is a
You're
nice
still in the
honeymoon.
same time zone.
You literally just bragged about going to
I
Kenny
know.
Bunkport, you bitch. You were saying, Petey, I'm sorry.
I thought that the Fenway Park was in really good shape when we went. I mean, I didn't see anything that was in disrepair.
I used to be in a rough neighborhood,
I mean,
too, Roxbury, which was not a good neighborhood.
Well, we parked probably a mile and a half away because there was the only spot to park.
Hey,
and it was
big
pretty rough walking to the
spender.
stadium.
Hey, honey, enjoying your honeymoon? Get out, walk, bitch.
It was $80 for the parking. Honey.
I ain't spent no $80.
Don't let him get to you,
his
Pete.
honeymoon. Now shut up and eat your hot
Hang in the
dog.
pocket, Petey.
And
Hang in the pocket.
we're splitting our beer.
I'll get it back tomorrow on where they wine it because he's got the dumbest guesses in the where they wine it history.
Okay, Pete, you could have done better, but good try. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Petey.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of the day.
It's a mile. I ain't spent no $80. Welcome to your honeymoon, baby.
We're going to have the best time of our lives together. $80! All right, well, enjoy your stadium watching
Yes.
in the World Series. Let's
When
take a
does it
break.
start? Soon, right?
I didn't get a start date because the Yankees won.
It starts this weekend, I think.
Or not Yankees, Dodgers won last. No, this coming weekend.
Yeah,
you said.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right, cool.
I can never tell with baseball because sometimes the series is over and they start like the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Friday.
Okay.
It's game 1.
All right, cool.
All right, so Friday. Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying you get to stay up and actually watch the game. Are they in New York or are they in LA?
No, they're in LA for the first 2.
Oh, buddy.
Got to take a pass on that one.
Why?
I only can watch a little bit. I'll be out of sleep.
What time's the first pitch?
9 o'clock.
Is it 9?
says TBD right now, so I don't know.
Major League Baseball had a problem. Sorry, I know we're talking about a lot of baseball here. Major League Baseball used to have a problem starting the games too late. I thought Major League Baseball adjusted back down again because even some of the divisional series or championship series, they had 5 o'clock games.
Ooh, I like that.
But it's probably not.
LA at sunset. Sharp.
Calm down over there. Glenn Fry. I can't tell you why.
I ain't walking no goddamn mile. Pay $80.
Let's talk to a man who'd be happy to pay $120 for his wife to park within half a mile of the stadium.
Oh, yeah.
He was there yesterday, and look, I hope he can answer our question. Because when the season started, we had said, we will not know what this Bills team is because of all the new parts, all of the folks that had left, how it was all going to be gelling together until week 7. Are they good? We'll know. Are they bad? We'll know. What's their strength, weaknesses? We'll know. We're at week 7. I've got no idea.
Okay.
You think you know. You just keep saying, second half time.
Well, I like what I saw.
Maybe hot takes, Dan Chesty, keep it down fates for Buffalo Plus at 13 Web could tell us. We'll find out next on a Victory Postgame Monday here in the break room on CMF.
Allen in the shotgun takes the snap. Blitz coming. Fires over the middle for Amari Cooper for a 12-yard touchdown reception.
Guy knows how to make a first impression.
Oh, yeah.
Give him that. Your Buffalo Bills with a 34-10 win over the Tennessee Titans in Orchard Park yesterday. And if you didn't watch the game, it sounds like a really fun experience.
Yeah.
Right? Enjoy the Bills blowing them out. Except that first half was a nightmare. It was an effing nightmare.
Pretty boring.
The Bills scored 34 unanswered points to win that game yesterday.
Was it all in the second half?
It was no. There was a touchdown in the first.
All right.
But I mean, look, you had 34. I can't do math, but you get what I'm saying here. It was a very impressive second half performance there. We had made a statement before the season started, and we may have underestimated, even though you guys thought this was too long, how long it would take to know.
Yeah.
And maybe this man who's joining us, who was at the game yesterday in his swishy pants and knee pads, holding his camera, can help us out. Joining us as he does after every Bills game, from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham, Dan. Hot takes, chesty, keep it down over there. Fates, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
There were no knee pads.
Did I not see anybody? Maybe I was looking at somebody else. Okay, is that like a thing? All right, let me just.
No, I see a lot of knee pads out there.
Quick sidebar, because if you go to the games, you will see media people holding cameras. Some will have knee pads, some will have not. Do you judge the people that wear the knee pads?
No, because it used to be back in the day when I started, the photographers had to kneel because the seats are so low at Highmark Stadium, so you would almost block the first two rows if you were standing up, especially in the end zone. So it used to be a media rule that you had to kneel or sit to film the games. That also is kind of dangerous if players are flying around and you're just sitting on your butt.
Jenna Cottrell knows that one.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know, 2-3 years ago, maybe it was COVID, they got rid of it. So no, I don't wear knee pads, and I don't judge the people that do, because if you are kneeling for an entire game, that's not great.
I'm glad we got all that clear, Dan. Thank you for clearing that up for us, buddy. I appreciate it. All right.
Yeah, no problem.
Dan, before the season started, I had made the statement. Because of all the changes with this team, guys going out, guys coming in. Joe Brady still relatively new as the offensive coordinator. Sean McDermott handing off the defensive play calling to Bobby Babich.
A lot of changes.
You got it. We weren't going to know what this Bills team really was until Week 7. We have reached Week 7, and Dan, I have no idea what this team is right now. Please help us out.
Well, I think it's encouraging, because I think after I talked after the Jets game, I said, hey, this offense can be physical. They can run the ball. That's how they're built. But they're a number one wide receiver away from really being a dynamic, efficient offense. And it was just 1 week. And even when Cooper had the first drop on his first target in the opening drive, you can see that Amari Cooper instantly makes everybody around him better. It just felt like the rest of the wide receivers exhaled. They took a breath, I don't have to be the guy anymore. And Keon Coleman goes over 100 yards. Khalil Shakir does his thing, but it's not like you're relying on him to lead this wide receiving core. So I felt like everybody exhaled. Dalton Kincaid had a better game, all because Amari Cooper, in 5 days of learning a 100-play playbook, just makes everybody around him better, puts everybody in a better spot. And I think the hope and what you can see moving down the line is, man, this offense is pretty good. Now they can throw the ball too, because they actually have – they go from a bottom 5 wide receiving room to a middle-of-the-road one, and then you have Josh Allen, so it makes everything better.
Okay, so I need your help here, Dan, because the man I sit across from thinks he knows, but he doesn't know anything about football. Yeah. And when they traded for Amari Cooper, I was telling him, look, man, you got to be patient. It takes a long time.
You can't jump right in.
It takes a long time to learn the playbook.
It's 100 plays in that book.
It takes a while for someone to get on the same page as a quarterback they're playing with. Yeah. And you, Tommy,
This sounds ridiculous, because I think they overthink this game. And I'm pretty sure he can catch a goddamn football. He's been doing it since he's a little kid. It's not that deep and difficult. And he doesn't have to learn all the plays. He's just got to learn the right plays. He's learned the right plays.
Okay.
Just the right plays.
That's all you got to.
Maybe they should only do the right plays then.
The winning play.
Dan, could you please explain to him that despite the great performance we got from Amari Cooper, we still have to temper our expectations for the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think we're just scratching the surface. Tommy's right in a wrong way.
That's the best way to put it.
I'm trying to explain it. It's not that hard. And, yeah, I'm sure Amari learned, 25% of the playbook, and that's why he was out there for, 50% of the snaps. ran routes that he was comfortable with. It is just football. It is just catching a ball, but there's so much that goes into it. So I think you're encouraged by what you saw week one or his first game. Like you can see, wow, like with a true number one wide receiver, the offense can actually pass the ball. And Josh, it's so coincidence that the first week he has Amari Cooper, the offense he throws for over 300 yards. The offense looks amazing in the second half. Like, I don't think that's a coincidence. That's a reason when you bring in Amari Cooper. And I think it'll only get better as you build more familiarity, when you understand, when he knows more of what Josh's tendencies are and things like that. So, yes, it's tempered expectations, but you can be cautiously optimistic of like, damn, this offense could be pretty fun now with Cooper.
All right, so the Bills are in a weird spot right now. Dan Fates from 13 Wham hanging out with us here. We were talking about a lot of things broke well for the Bills yesterday. As you know, we're 7 weeks in. You start to look at playoff seeding, right? Like Texans lose. Now you're only a half game back of them. Stephon Diggs tries to fight every single Green Bay Packer for some reason. Then says, I'm never the bigger person. In a statement after the game, which was the most, without realizing it, statement of his life ever. You look at both the Jets and the Dolphins lose yesterday.
So they're tanking.
Yeah, in an embarrassing fashion. The Bills essentially have a 3-game lead 7 weeks in the AFC East.
Yeah.
With the exception, and I'm knocking on wood, of some catastrophic change.
That's not going to ever happen.
The Bills are going to win this division for the 5th straight year. It's what it looks like right now, right?
Correct.
But after that, it starts to get weird. And again, it goes to what this team is, because the Bills are going to win the AFC East, knock on wood, right? It looks that way. But then you start to match them up against other top teams in the AFC. We saw what happened when they went to Baltimore, was not great. We saw what happened when we went to Houston. Khalil Shakir doesn't play that game. You don't have Amari Cooper. Yeah. The defense is racked with injuries, so maybe that's more even. But you look at the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes has thrown 2 more interceptions than he has touchdowns. They've got injuries all over the place. Somehow they went out west and are 6-0 still.
Yeah.
How does this team, despite the fact that they are running away with the division right now, match up against other teams when it actually matters?
I still think they're the 4th best team right now in the AFC. That's not a knock at where they are. It's just somebody pointed out, like, hey, like they beat 5 nobodies. And it's like, well, that's not fair to say nobodies. But again, you can't overlook what happened in Baltimore, and you can't overlook what happened in Houston. That's also a grind of a stretch with 3 road games early on in the season. Like Duffy, like when you said your defense was really banged up, we kind of got to wait to see what's going on with Terrell Bernard. You talk about a catastrophic change or some kind of injury. Terrell Bernard would be a massive loss. He was in the concussion or he was checked for a head injury, came out of that, then had an ankle injury. Then I was next to him. He's running on the sidelines. I think it was also in front of you, Pat. Like the fact of like, I think he's going back in the game. Then he walks by and goes into the locker room. Then he comes back out of the locker room after he'd been ruled out. So, like,
it turns out he just had a bunch of errands to run. His wife needed a prescription picked up. One of his kids had to get dropped off.
We've all
at
had
tennis.
those days.
Yeah, he just had to use the bathroom. Like, it was just one of those things of, so like he's massively important to this defense. But again, I think what you can feel encouraged by is the fact of whatever you think of Sean McDermott, they will have a top 10 defense. No matter who is out there, no matter what injuries they're dealing with, Sean McDermott and Bobby Babich will always coach up a defense to be top 10 in the league. That's what they do. And then you are encouraged by the fact of Joe Brady getting more comfortable, more pieces offensively, that Brandon Beane is maybe they're not done at the trade deadline. Maybe they add another wide receiver, because who knows about Curtis Samuel's health, because he left the game yesterday with a shoulder injury. So, like, I'm not necessarily thinking that, but where they stack up, they're not a good matchup with Baltimore. They're just not. Baltimore is a more physical team. The Bills play a smaller style of defense. They only have 2 linebackers. Now, again,
the Tommy Muley defense is what they call it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Tiny defense.
What an
and
honor.
They all wear turtlenecks, much like the Yankees in the fall right now. But go on, Dan. I'm sorry.
No, that's a great point. I'm going to start calling it the Tommy Muley defense. And so but again, you're going to get Matt Milano back, we believe, at some point this season. That makes the defense better. So, again, at 5-2, and you're sitting there going, they haven't really played a complete game. I don't think they've really played a great game outside of Miami as the only game where they dominated all 4 quarters. So I think there is encouraging signs of, hey, what's going on with Nico Collins in Houston? You know, Mahomes doesn't look great. He's got issues with his wide receivers. So, like, I'm not saying that, like, oh, they're the 4th team in the conference and there's not going to be any change. It's week 7. They're 5-2. There's reasons to be positive.
You know, what's weird right now
What's that?
is, like, we have this conversation. Like, Kimmy and I are still a bit like,
apprehensive.
Yeah. Where you're, despite, like, the years that they're good, you're the one that goes, this year where we're looking at this going, you're all in, Tommy.
Blowout.
Yes,
You believe this is a great team right now.
I'm enjoying it.
What do you see that makes it a great team?
It's a very entertaining second half.
Thank you.
First half's a little bit of a yawn fest, but no, I'm enjoying it. And that second half was really thrilling.
It was fun. Yes, it was great.
My only concern is
What's your concern?
is McDermott.
Why?
Okay.
I don't think he's the best coach. I think when you start breaking down the top coaches, and it's Andy Reid.
Okay.
It's Harbaugh.
Harbaugh?
Yeah, in Baltimore. In Baltimore.
Okay, fine.
He's been around a long time.
Yeah,
he's got some Super Bowls.
He's got.
And they made some good decisions.
Super Bowl.
They only got one?
Brian Billick was the coach in the first one.
Never heard of him.
You know he's good because he's won a Super Bowl. Brian Billick, don't know.
So you have to put McDermott at least in third place as far as the head coach.
Thoughts, hot takes, Dan, Chesty, please keep it down, Fates.
Well, no, that's what I feel like. I'm constantly end up being this McDermott apologist. If you're a Bills fan, and I'm sure a lot of your listeners are, like, I want an offensive-minded head coach. That's fine. I can't disagree with you, but Harbaugh doesn't call the offense. Harbaugh doesn't call the defense in Baltimore. He's a special teams guy. He's a leader of a team. And I think what gets knocked about Sean McDermott is, well, he's not an offensive-minded coach. And then everybody says he's not aggressive enough. Then he's aggressive in Houston, and everybody goes, he's an idiot. So it's like McDermott can't win and all these things. And again, he has messed up late-game situations. I understand 13 seconds. He'll never be able to erase that. But I'm constantly banging the table saying, if you want to fire Sean McDermott, who are you bringing in?
I'm not saying fire the guy.
You're kind of saying fire.
Not saying fire.
You're kind of saying.
But he's not Andy Reid. Like Andy Reid sits there with that.
Get Andy Reid to replace
He's
him.
literally looking at a menu of what he wants to eat for dinner while they're crushing their opponents.
Patrick Mahomes, but like you don't knock somebody because somebody else is better. Like Sean McDermott is a damn good head coach, and I challenge people to say, give me 5 head coaches that you would rather have right now in the
Do they
NFL.
have to be living?
They have to be alive. That's a big criteria for coaching in the NFL.
Like, Dan, look, don't fall into his trap because he does this stupid thing.
What's that?
He did it earlier this morning when we were talking about Foreigner going to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and you go, they're not Led Zeppelin. Nobody else is. And then we'll do stories, Dan, where someone will, like, do something charitable, and Tommy go, they're not Jesus. Like, he'll literally compare them
the top person.
to the beginning of a religion. So don't fall into his stupid trap.
And Pat, to the point, and I get it. Everybody's like, my mentions on social media. How do you start the game and trail 10-0? I understand. But isn't part of coaching in-game adjustments? Like, isn't that a big thing about, like, hey, our plan that we had all week, it sucks. The Titans came out, they did all this pre-snap motion, there were guys running all over the place, and they were confusing the Bills. And then guess what happened the final 3 quarters? Nothing. They completely shut them down. The defense shut down the Texans in the second half. The defense shut down the Jets in the second half. The defense shut down the Cardinals in the second half in week 1 when they were trailing. Like, why doesn't Sean and Joe Brady get any credit for making in-game adjustments? Like, that's a massive part instead of just saying, hey, we're just going to keep banging our head against the wall because this was our plan we had this week.
Yeah, but if their plan sucks at the beginning, change your plan to begin with. You wouldn't get stuck in a hole in the second half.
Wait, your mom was there?
Tommy, you sound like my wife when I say I want to bet. She's like, well, you should have put more on the bet then. I go, if I would have known the results of the game, I would have put my student loans on it, Tommy. Like, you don't know how the game's going to go. That's why the head coach gets paid lots of money to make in-game adjustments.
Don't buy into it, stupid. Look, you're getting Dan all hot over there. Now we got hot takes, hot Dan. Keep it down, Chesty Fates over there.
Oh, my goodness.
I know, bro. I got to deal with it 4 hours a day.
I love Sean McDermott. He's so cool. I want to play backgammon.
He wears a hoodie and a sport coat and Nike shoes.
That's what he's doing. He's doing impression of you. That's what you sound like.
Dude, you. Giving it back to you, Tommy.
From 13 Wham.
They got to get Don back.
No, he's actually.
They got to straighten this place out.
He's interviewing for the head coach of the Buffalo Bills right now.
I would vote for Don.
You would vote for him for head coach of the Buffalo Bills? It's a Democratic
I would let
president.
Don do surgery on me.
Can we try that?
Yeah.
Don, crack open his head and see what happens. From 13 Wham, Dan Fate. So let's say, Dan, I like everything that I see on 13 and all the things you just said, but I wanted like the Buffalo coverage plus some more.
Oh, wow.
Where could I find that?
Well, you're in luck because on YouTube, if you go and search Buffalo Plus, Mike, Jen, and I have a whole channel dedicated to my hot, chesty takes and all of those things.
It sounds creepier when you say it, but I like it. Keep doing it.
I was trying to do a Duffy impression, and I think it came off pretty creepy there.
Yeah,
I think that one's going to be on the soundboard. But yeah, so again, and if you want to hear my rant about defending Sean McDermott again and giving him credit for in-game adjustments, it's Mike, Jen, and I did recap and a podcast from Orchard Park yesterday after the game, which I saw Pat at. And I got to send you the clip because we made eye contact and stared at each other, and then we were both very patriotic.
Yep.
And took our hats off during the national anthem.
He points a camera at me because, I'm just a camera magnet, much like my father. And as he was doing this, I wasn't going to break eye contact until he broke eye contact.
Okay.
Because that's my thing, because I'm a powerful alpha male.
Yeah.
But then the national anthem started.
Yeah.
So
Gentlemen, expose your bald spots.
I had to take my hat off, but I still wasn't breaking eye contact.
Okay.
Man.
So I'm excited, Dan. It's got to turn out really cool.
Yeah, it was a really good stare off.
All right. Well, good luck. I hope to put that on 13 Wham. Watch the ratings skyrocket, buddy.
Yeah, totally.
Dan,
terrified kids.
Always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
You guys are the best. Have a good one.
All right, there goes Hot Takes, Dan Chesty. Please
Getting
keep it
hot,
down.
Fates.
Getting hot, creepy as hell face.
Yes.
Can we add a new nickname to his name every week for the
I
rest
think we
of the
can.
season?
Let's try it.
John Jacob Jingle.
I just love when these guys get irritated.
Well, yeah, because you say stupid stuff.
But it's so funny to listen to them.
No, but here's the
But they
thing.
make it sound like it's like death.
No, but here's what the most annoying.
Let me tell you something. What you got to say? You try doing that.
The most annoying thing about
He was
you.
asking you valid questions.
No, he'll make a statement, Kimmy.
Yeah.
He'll make a statement. And then if it's right, he'll go like, no, I said that because I knew it was the case. But if he gets yelled at, no, I'm
I'm just kidding. I'm just doing it on purpose.
I was just doing it to bother you, and you took the bait.
That's it, man.
Did you do? Let's take a break.
Yeah.
4 in 10, only 4 in 10 adults believe they could do this today.
Oh, half.
And the fact of the matter is, 1 in 10 adults maybe could do this, and
so
it's
they
probably
lying.
smaller than that. Yeah, well, it's not that they lie.
How difficult is this thing?
Let's put it this way: you needed to do this as a teenager to get around, but you have not done it since you were that teenager.
All right.
And you have forgotten all of the actual rules of having to do this. And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. We have a tendency to overestimate our abilities, especially with things we haven't done in a long time.
Sure.
And this is proof positive of it.
What happened?
Because look, I get that 4 in 10 people are questioning their ability to do this, but the fact is 10 out of 10 people should question their ability, and the amount of people who are sure they'd fail should be way higher.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We got your chance at $5,000.
$5,000, get me.
Every single day, and it's easy to win. Download the Odyssey app. Listen to WCMF for a minimum of an hour each day.
All right, then what happens? I'm locked in?
That's your entry.
Oh.
Right? And a daily winner in this national contest will be chosen every day.
Every day.
To win $5,000 from your friends here on CMF. Just log on, or excuse me, download, log on, listen, and good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. 4 in 10 American adults are confident they could ace a driving test right now.
Oh, okay.
Like
the full test.
Yes, the driving test you took to get your driver's license when you were a teenager.
Child.
Are you one of those 4 in 10 adults?
Yeah, man. I'm a good wheeler. I stand by my record.
How many people have you hit with your car?
I've hit 7 people, 4 fatalities. That's not bad.
You also have after-hours rules in your car where you roll through
I
residents.
roll.
Yeah.
I roll and I roll.
Kimmy, are you one of the 4 in 10 Americans that are confident they could pass a road test?
Probably not. I'm sure I've picked up some bad habits that I don't even notice I do anymore. You know, and I'm probably not going to do what's requested of me the correct way.
And by the way, they don't request. The guy just sits there with the pen and the pad and he
judges you.
Go, or tells you
well,
what to do.
they'll be like, make a K turn here. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that I'm not all the ways they want you to do it are not fresh in my mind. So I don't know if I would.
You got it.
So only 4 in 10 Americans being confident to ace the test. I mean, that's silly enough, thinking that 6 in 10 Americans are confident. Here's what's even funnier.
What?
Only 25% of Americans, 1 in 4, admit they'd probably fail. And that's closer to 8 to 9 in 10. I'm telling you right now, 80 to 90% of adults would fail a driver's test.
Flunk.
Would fail a driver's test right now. What's the hardest? What's the one thing that would get you, do you think?
I think the parallel parking for most people is a nightmare.
Thank you.
You don't really do it that much anymore, considering how we mostly park in parking lots.
Right.
Not on curbside much.
Yeah, unless you work or live in a downtown area, you're effed.
Hey, so let me ask you this, because you take it in your own car, right?
Yes.
What if I have one of them cars that could do that for you?
You know, I've always wondered that. That's a good question. Like, if kids take a driver's test in like one of those, you press the button and it parallel parks.
Right.
Does that count?
Or they must make it. Can you turn it off?
I bet you have to. Yeah, I bet you have to do it yourself.
252 WCMF 252-9263 if you know. No, I'm with you, man. Parallel parking would be what buries me.
Yeah.
Because even if usually when they have you do it too, it's not like they're having you squeeze in between two cars, but when they have you do it, they're looking at you to make sure you're checking each mirror first. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're making sure you do all those points of like inspection, I guess, before you even move the car, which you're probably going to forget to do.
Yeah, because I got the screen now, right? So as soon as you put it in reverse, the screen pops on.
Do you get to use those?
Oh, I forgot about that too. Yeah.
Man, think about the technology in the last. I mean, granted, I'm 38. Took my driver's test 22 years ago. Think about the difference in technology in a matter of 2 decades.
Yeah, but am I allowed to use the backup screen?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I
mean, it'd be hard to ignore it, knowing it's there.
TV, and you're part of it.
I don't think you can turn that off.
I'm controlling this programming right now with my wheel.
Well, there would also be pressure that wasn't there when we took our driver's test. For example, if I'm parallel parking, some of those cars have the beep when you get too close to another car.
Yeah.
But you have to use that. Like, the beep will be going off. Like, so imagine, like, you're beep.
Right.
Like, it sounds way worse than it actually is. Like, think about that, too. Like, the person in the car giving you the test wouldn't have known how close you were to another car.
Right.
They can now hear and watch everything. Ooh, I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing.
Man, how about I have to do this again?
So, okay, I love how you were confident a second ago. Now.
I almost got into 2 accidents today.
What?
Yeah. I was telling Kimmy, I almost hit a pile of deers in a parking lot.
A pile of deers. Did you just say a pile of deers?
Bro, I ain't never seen this before. Because, I can't make the coffee at home right now, so I had to go out and get my coffee this
Wait, the
morning.
wives don't make the coffee for the husbands?
Not my house.
Okay.
Get out of the house, okay? So I was telling you, I pull in the parking lot. There is a herd of deer going into the parking lot and going into Oak Hill.
No kidding.
Like it was like their tea time. I didn't see them. I don't expect to see deer in the middle of the night on the road.
Well, you know why they were all going there.
Why is that?
The one deer that belongs. If you don't use the meals, they charge you for them anyway.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
And then pulling out, I almost got clipped by a guy. My fault. I said my fault.
You started the conversation by saying I would no problem pass a driver's test.
Yeah, except for those two. Deer and my fault.
252 WCMF. We had all these questions about what you're allowed to use with this new technology. Joe, sounds like you might have the answer. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, no, they don't let you use any features. You can't even use the backup camera.
So,
but do you turn it off?
No, they just tell you got to look out the back.
Yeah, I'll do
that.
that.
Look at the camera, you fail.
By the way, I'm amazed. Like, Joe must listen a lot because he understood when you said, "Bay got, babak got, turn it off." Hold on, Joe, but question. Taga do back good about ice cream?
Good question.
All right, so it would be almost impossible to avoid the distraction
to
of the screen being on, Joe.
I know.
It is. My daughter failed because she's used to looking at the screen, and she's like, I can't see crap out the back.
All right, so, like, do you then have to, like, take her out and teach her how to not use that stuff?
Yeah. It took her 2 tries before she passed, so she got the gist of it, but they won't let you use any features. Yeah. Like, they won't even, like, let you look at the mirrors if you've got, like, the...
I'm still peeking.
What's the thing that tells you that there's somebody in your blind spot?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Turn your head
Good
and
movie.
look.
Well, Joe, thank you for the information, buddy. I'm glad your daughter. Tell her congratulations for us getting her driver's license.
Yeah, we'll do.
He's not going to do it. No. Bye, Joe. He's not going to tell her at all. Those fine men and that one young lady in the break room said congratulations.
I have surprised people like my sister back in the day when she took her driver's test. She took it from her best friend's father.
Oh,
and she failed. And he let her ride.
Oh,
and even told her.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Totally illegal, but who knew back then? You know.
Well, I mean, it may still happen today. Who's going to know?
I know, but they let her just ride.
That's a little concerning.
No kidding.
It is a little scary.
You know what's funny is we have this study again in front of us. 4 in 10 adults believe they could ace a driving test today. Only 25% of Americans believe they would fail, which it's 8 to 9 in 10 Americans, I'm telling you, would not pass this driver's test. And what we're all forgetting, forget the pressure of someone watching you drive, right? Factor that in. All of the technology that we've become accustomed to. There's also the automatic fail stuff for stuff that you have forgotten to do.
What?
For example, when you are pulling away from the curb to start your driver's test, if you don't put your blinker on left to pull out, you fail. Oh. When is the last time you put a blinker on to pull out of a parking spot?
I hardly ever use blinkers, to tell you the truth.
Wait, what?
I hardly ever use blinkers.
You don't use blinkers?
I hardly ever.
When do you...
I always, you know what? Whenever I'm stuck behind somebody like you, I'm always like, how did you not use your blinker there? Like, they'll just slam on their brakes and turn. And now I know who's sitting behind that wheel.
Why wouldn't you use your blinker?
I don't know that constantly.
No, but what
like
reason?
If obviously I'm turning this way.
Not always.
Whenever I'm going that way.
Are you?
Like if you're in an obvious, like you can only turn in this lane, right? Yeah. It's a left turn lane.
Yeah.
Do you have your blinker on?
Yeah, it's just muscle memory. It's just muscle memory.
No, because
you
got no other choice.
Every now and then somebody tries to sneak back into the lane, so that's what I would think you're trying to do.
Why would you not use your blinker?
Because it's not necessary.
I hate you.
Like if I'm all right, so let's say you're on 490, and you're getting off at your exit.
Yeah.
Do you just veer off your exit?
No.
Or do you put the blinker?
I always put the blinker on
because you slow down a little bit when you do that.
You just ease off, baby. Ease on down the road. I don't use blinkers for yes, lane changes, yes.
I don't believe you now that we're having this conversation.
For the most part.
Oh my God.
And I don't use blinkers when I come in the morning because there's nobody on the road.
Bro,
like I'm not going to change.
I'm not gonna, I just wouldn't want to get into bad habits.
Who am I indicating that I'm changing? There's nobody on the road.
Every now and then there's a car too.
What if there's a cop that's got to hit a quota and he's watching you and you don't see him? Changing lanes without signaling.
Changing lanes without signaling, going through red lights. You check all the boxes.
You're the worst driver in America.
Oh, pretty cool. It'd be number one.
Okay. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. A man who's got to get in before the end of the show.
Oh, yeah.
Ben's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy? Ben, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, buddy.
Did you hear? Yeah. Tommy has to be the worst driver in existence. I can't believe it.
I feel like there's an echo on the phone. Bless you, Kimmy. Go ahead, Ben. I'm sorry.
Probably. But, yeah, I could probably pass my driver's test pretty easily because I had to take a driver's test for my Class B license in a motor coach, and I passed that.
Okay, but you studied for that, right?
Studied.
Oh, yeah. I also had to parallel park that thing.
Damn, that's impressive.
Yeah, so I mean, most of that stuff I see now is pretty easy.
But how long ago did you take it, Ben?
It had to be somewhere between 5 and 10 years.
Yeah, it's too long. You've gotten way too many bad habits that you haven't realized. You would fail that test, Ben. You would absolutely fail it.
Probably. I would say my worst habit is driving with one hand.
Oh, I forgot. You got to go 10 and 2 the whole time.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes.
That's not legal.
No, I think that. Do you fail with just the one hand on the steering wheel, Ben?
I'm not sure. I think you get points deducted. Also, my regular license when I was 16, I had to take it three separate times. The first time we didn't go because the car had a loud exhaust, so they would have automatically failed us for that.
I always felt bad for kids who couldn't take it because there was something wrong with the car. Like it was out of their control.
I had to use my uncle's car.
Busted.
I think the second time, I think we got like a flat tire in the car. It's just, like before we were about to leave. And then the third time, I think I took it with, it was my first car I got was a 93 S10. I took it in that, and if you rolled back on a hill with a manual, you automatically fail. Which I passed that perfectly fine.
Attaboy. Way to go.
Way to go, man.
If you'd like to hear more about Ben's driving test stories, log on to our live stream at the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. He's in the chat room. He'll tell you all about it.
Oh, yeah.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Have a good one, guys.
All right. We come back. We wrap it up.
Okay.
We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CM. that's going to be a wrapperoo.
Oh, the old Monday wrapperoo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're back to our old segment.
What's that?
What's Kimmy doing in the hood?
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud.
Normal time and place.
Yes, thank God. Tuesday,
back to
9
normal.
o'clock. We are back to normal. Although the last Thursday, although still a train wreck, better than the first Thursday we tried. But we are back to Tuesday, 9 o'clock tomorrow. Kimmy will read the post. You and I and everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
You have to listen.
And we're going to figure out where they whine. And again, set your phone alarm just after 9 o'clock. Tuesday, here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way before Kimmy starts yelling at us again. For Kimmy, who was too good to go to the Bills game with me yesterday.
No, I mean, I just didn't want to leave somebody out. You had a fun time without me.
I did. I had a great time with Hope. It was a good time. Although Kimmy did go to you ready for the most Kimmy story ever?
What happened?
You went to somewhere to watch the game.
Yeah, we did.
But the reason you chose this place, Kimmy?
Breakfast sandwiches.
Oh.
We were like in the mood for a breakfast sandwich.
And you had heard that this place serves breakfast? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And then,
All day long?
So there you go. Breakfast sandwiches. I choose where I watch football based on breakfast sandwiches. I'm not sure. I didn't go that far, and we're late. Who cares?
Right.
But it was the most Kimmy's like, yeah, I went to go watch a game.
I want a sausage.
On account of breakfast sandwiches. How was the game? Who cares? I got a breakfast sandwich. For Tommy Muley, who hasn't eaten a breakfast sandwich in 42 years.
Yeah, I do miss him, though.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.